Highlander's Champion, Book 6 in the Highlander Heat series, by Joanne Wadsworth. Narrated by Catherine Bilson. Samuel Cunningham. The battlefield on the Isle of Lewis, Scotland, 1569. As the cold of night fully descended, Samuel Cunningham stood amongst the MacLeod of Dunagan's warriors within the forest, bordering a field swirling with tendrils of fog. Their enemy awaited them on the other side, a good 100 Mackenzie warriors in battle attire, their torches lit and staked into the ground. Tormod, the chief of MacLeod, stormed back and forth before his captains, fury riding him hard. "'Tis time to take the castle of Stornoway back. This is our kin's MacLeod land, and no invaders will steal it. Samuel, you're to lead our right wing, John the left, and the remainder of us will hold the centre. We hit them hard, advancing as one once the hour of truce is past." He halted and eyed Anna MacLeod, their healer and the mother of Samuel's betrothed, Xenia. "Anna, you're to return to camp with one of my guardsmen. I willna have you caught up in the middle of this battle."
"You need every warrior at your side, Chief. I can make my own way back," she pleaded.
"Nay, Anna. I gave Xenia my word no harm would come to you. Your daughter needs—"
A thundering roar reverberated as the Mackenzies ploughed across the battlefield, breaking the truce well before its time.
"All to arms!"
Tormod shoved his sword high in the air and bellowed,
"We fight for justice and freedom. Let us take these blackguards down."
Samuel raced through the underbrush along the line of MacLeod warriors to the right, hauled his claymore from his scabbard across his back, and released a blood-curdling battle cry. He and the right wing rushed forward and into the fray of fierce Mackenzies. He swung and fought, sweat pouring from his body, just as his clansmen did the same. In the dark, the sound of men grunting and fighting echoed all around. They had to win this war. They fought not only for their MacLeod kin here on Lewis, but also to keep their enemy from bringing their war to Dunvegan's shores. He'd never allow any harm to come to the woman he loved, the woman he intended to wed the moment he returned to her. He slashed toward the centre, inching closer toward Tormod.
"Be prepared to die."
A warrior came at him, and Samuel blocked the Mackenzies' swift blow. Their claymores clashed dead centre, steel ringing loud against steel. Another Mackenzie swung and struck Samuel's ribs. Pain ricocheted through him, and he staggered back from the brutal blow. 2 against 1. Damn bloodthirsty Mackenzies. They fought dirty. Breath ragged, he collapsed to his knees. Blood covered the padded armour of his steel-studded warcoat, the blood of the warriors he'd slain now mingling with his own. He clutched his side and tried to stem the flow, but his life force poured through his fingers.
"Samuel!"
A woman's cry rang out, and Anna hurried from the darkened tree line, clutching her brown woolen kirtle's skirts.
"Nay, stay back, Anna,"
he rasped and spat out a mouthful of blood. The metallic taste coated his tongue and pervaded the air. She should have returned to camp.
"Where are you hurt?"
She fell to her knees in front of him, her long red gold locks, the same beautiful shade as Xenia's, bundled under a woolen cap.
"My side. There's naught you can do."
He tried to heave to his feet, but fell and slumped onto his back. Anna shoved his warcoat up and gasped.
"You must live, Samuel. Xenia needs you."
She glanced across the field littered with bodies and warring men.
"Tormod! Hurry, come! I canna heal this."
Tormod struck the Mackenzie he fought with one brutal blow of his blade, then sprang over the fallen to Samuel's side. He dropped to one knee and grasped his forearm.
"Hold fast, Samuel. I canna leave Xenia."
The chilly air invaded his limbs.
"I'll do what I can."
Tormod raised his hands and called forth his great gifted skill.
"With the power of my ancestral MacLeod fairy blood, I wish for a portal to open. Allow Samuel to seek the light and journey to where he shall find peace and aid. Send him swiftly on his way, and return him again one day."
A fierce wind whipped around Samuel, and a swirling vortex opened. Anna scampered backward in the slick grass and knocked into a slain Mackenzie. The enemy's breath rattled in his chest, blood coating his face and obscuring his eyes as he lifted one fisted hand. A dagger gleamed in the moonlight, then he plunged his weapon down, and Anna screamed.
"Nay!"
Samuel heaved up, but fell away into the churning dark abyss. It took him, heart, body and soul. Ariana's arrival. 17 years later, approaching the bridge over the Cairn Water, near Glencairn Castle, Scotland, 1586. Death pervaded this place where murder had struck. Xenia MacLeod crouched and pressed her palm against the gritty soil lining the old carriage route bordered with lime trees. The earth shook, and the wind rustled the fallen autumn leaves into a swirling mass of reds and burnt oranges. 'Twas midday, yet the skies overhead darkened as if night were about to fall. Eyes closed, Xenia reached out with her healer's senses and searched. The souls that had recently passed in this place still lingered with nowhere to go, and their desperate call for help ricocheted deep inside her. Some might brand her a witch, but her soul glowed with light, her gifted skill used only to help those who asked for her aid, and these lost souls did. Standing, she raised her hands and called forth her skill.
"With the power of my ancestral MacLeod fairy blood, I wish for a portal to open. Free these displaced souls in need of aid, and allow them to seek the light."
The wind whistled through and whipped her blue skirts about her legs. Stars shimmered all around, and those lost souls in need streaked toward the light and through the portal. To further aid them on their way, she made another wish.
"May your journey take you to where your light shines brightest and you long to be. Find the peace you seek."
The portal's swirling vortex began to close, then slowed as a blazing star streaked through. The star crashed into the bushes along the roadside as the portal shimmered shut. This had never happened before. She hurried to the scrub and knelt as the bright light dispersed. A lass of mayhap 7 and 10, her long golden blonde tresses crackling with energy, lay sprawled within the springy leaves of brushwood. She remained motionless, not a breath escaping her. Then she gasped, her chest suddenly rising and falling as she slumped to her side once more. Xenia fluttered her hand close to the lass's mouth, and her breath warmed her palm. The girl lived, although strange clothing clung to her body, the shiny white fabric holding strands of gold woven within. She plucked the shiny thread which stretched, then rebounded back onto her. Unusual, although no matter where the lass had come from, she clearly needed her aid. Xenia set to work and examined her for injury. Her knees and elbows were covered in grit, and her right leg and arm, bent at a terrible angle, would cause her great pain when she realigned her limbs. 'Twas just as well the girl remained unaware.
"I saw bright lights,"
a warrior called as he rode across the bridge, his shoulder-length locks of auburn brushing the massive two-handed claymore holstered to his back. He pulled his horse to a halt and jumped down.
"Is someone hurt?"
"This lass here is injured."
"Where did she come from? She seems to appear from the lights."
"She did, and she came through a portal I opened."
She shouldn't speak so freely. He wasn't one of her clansmen who'd seen her skill rise when she called it forth, except a sense of trust shimmered through her, and it was strong.
"I hold only respect for the gifted."
The warrior eyed her.
"There's naught to fear from me. You said you opened a portal."
She gave in to her instinct and said,
"Aye, 'twas a portal she came through. I'm Xenia MacLeod."
She stroked the lass's long blonde locks back from her face as a surge of protectiveness rose.
"She needs aid, and I must do all I can to help her."
Who is she?
I've no idea.
She untangled the girl's hair from around a silver chain at her neck and lifted a charm free. Engraved upon the disc was an image of the unicorn, the same mythical creature that graced her own paternal Cunningham clan crest. She turned the charm over and smoothed her thumb over the words etched upon the back. Arianna MacLeod Cunningham, D.O.B. 1998.
Her name is Arianna.
The warrior knelt next to her in his black leather trews and tan-padded coton and inspected the inscription.
It says her date of birth is the year 1998. That canna be right.
Aye, 'tis of a time over 400 years from now.
She isna dressed like any lass I've seen.
He frowned.
Although I've heard tales of a skill like yours. It runs deep through your MacLeod line, nor that I've ever met one of your kin who has it.
'Tis a rare ability, and I only speak of it amongst my closest, or those I sense I can trust.
What happened here to cause you to open a portal?
There were so many who'd recently passed, and I heard their call for aid. When I opened the portal, they flew toward the light, although I've never had one of flesh and blood arrive. She's the first to ever travel to me.
She grasped his hand.
Please, you canna speak of this to another. No all understand as you do.
You have my word I'll keep your secret. I would never bring harm to one so gifted.
He turned his gaze on the lass and gently cupped her cheek.
She's alive and now in need of aid. I'll gladly do all I can.
Then she has come to the right place, where her soul desired and her light shines brightest. I thank you for your offer, and will gladly accept your help.
She covered his hand with hers, and looking deep inside her mind, searched to ensure he was all he'd proclaimed to be. Aye, his strength was undeniable, and he held great honour. That knowledge satisfied her.
Your name, kind sir?
James MacDonald, from Clan MacDonald on the Isle of Skye.
You are a long way from home.
Aye, I'm travelling to Edinburgh, and sailed by way of the Firth of Clyde. My chief has sent me on his behalf to speak to the king.
He swayed, planted both hands on the ground, and squeezed his eyes shut.
I see something, a vision. Do you see it?
A vision shimmered to life, and she closed her eyes and embraced what was to come. The girl before them raced out of a tall building, one not made of stone, but instead built of metal and glass. Ariana glanced back at the sign above the building. The wooden plaque proudly displayed the name Isle of Skye Dance Studio. Giggling, she twirled a pair of dainty white slippers in her hand as she stepped onto a thoroughfare of stony black. The path wasn't one that conveyed horse and cart, but machines made of steel with wheels. One slammed into Ariana, and she flew over the top and landed in a crumpled heap. As the machine screeched to a halt, the lass's form flickered and disappeared. Gone. And now she was here in the past. Xenia opened her eyes as the warrior did the same.
My apologies. Somehow I connected the three of us when I touched you, and you saw her plight as I did.
She most certainly comes from the future.
He shook his head and blinked.
What I saw was far beyond this place. A large contraption on wheels hit her. Do you experience such visions often?
From time to time. She's clearly a lost soul, and her charm tells me she is of both clans, MacLeod and Cunningham, just as I am.
She touched her chest. As blood of her blood, she would watch over the lass sent to her.
I'm the healer of Clan Cunningham. I live in a cottage in these woods near the Earl of Glencairn's residence, and I need to remain with her. If you would, could you please follow the stream a furlong or two along the forest trail until you reach my cottage, then bring me the basket of healing herbs and supplies sitting beside my front door?
Aye, I'll be as quick as I can.
He bounded onto his black destrier and urged his mount between the trees either side of the thickly forested path.
Thank heavens she would have this warrior's aid. She shoved her long red gold locks over her shoulder and collected some sturdy sticks of just the right length. She tore a piece of cloth from the hem of her blue woolen kirtle and, as carefully as she could, realigned Arianna's arm and leg. She bound the girl's limbs in place with the sticks and cloth, just as her mother, Anna, had taught her so many years ago. The warrior returned and rode to her side, jumped down, and looped his horse's reins over a low branch. "I have what you asked for." He set her basket on the ground and cupped the girl's cheek. "She's warm and still lives."
"Aye, she is strong, even though injured."
She cleaned the girl's scrapes and wounds, applied a salve to keep her clear from any infection, then directed James to carry Arianna's limp body back to her home. The child would heal and survive. She'd make certain of it. Clan Cunningham. 2 months later, at Glencairn Castle, the residence of the 7th Earl of Glencairn. Xenia folded her hands in her lap as she sat in the Earl's solar. "Why have you come to me, Xenia?" Cunningham eased back in his chair before the grandly carved desk the old Earl had sat behind.
"When I came to you after my mother's death, you offered me sanctuary and ensured I had a home, and for that I am most grateful."
"My clan needed a healer, and you have served us well over the years. I had no doubt you would after coming to us from the Chief of MacLeod's home. Is this visit about the lass you healed who came through one of your portals?"
"William told you?"
"Aye. He mistook her at first for one of his own sisters, which I find hard to believe." William, the Earl's eldest son, was a strong warrior who excelled with the sword. He'd come across Ariana the week before in the woods as she'd taken a walk. Each day she'd gained more strength, and when William had returned with Ariana to her cottage, the three of them had spoken of all that had happened. Xenia had naught to hide from her own clansmen, and she'd known then it would only be a matter of time before she spoke to the Earl about Ariana.
"William did mistake her. She is almost identical to the twins, and so too is she 10 and 7, as your daughters are."
Ariana deserved all she could possibly provide for her, which was why she was here.
"The lass is kin to me, just as she is kin to you. Her name is Arianna MacLeod Cunningham."
"So William told me, and that she hails from the Cunninghams on the Isle of Skye, your place of birth." He rested his elbows on his desktop and tapped his fingertips together. "What is it about her that convinces both you and William she comes from the future?"
"You need only speak to her yourself to see the truth."
She cleared her throat.
"Excuse me. I didna mean to be so forthright."
"'Tis fine." His steely grey gaze narrowed. "William also tells me there's a MacDonald warrior on my land. The two of them fought."
"James MacDonald was passing through on his way to Edinburgh and witnessed Ariana's arrival. He aids me as he can, but must soon continue on with his travels. His trip has been delayed by several weeks, and his chief awaits his return on Skye after he visits with the king." She fidgeted with the pleats in her forest green skirts. The Cunninghams and the MacDonalds rarely got along. "James gave the lass his offer of protection, and she is such a delight."
"You've become attached to the child?"
"Aye. She also enjoys learning my craft and is a natural with the healing herbs. I'm here this day because I have a request."
"Then speak freely, Xenia." The morning sun broke through the thick layer of cloud outside and filtered through the window. It played over the papers and the pile of seneschal's accounts set neatly to the side of the Earl's desk.
"Ariana needs a home such as yours. I cannot provide for her all she will need."
"You wish for me to bring her into my household? My. He leaned back, his chair creaking as he did. "That is a bold request."
"She has incredible knowledge to offer. She also left behind a father she loved. She has no one, and I brought her into this time and have been unable to return her. I've tried so many times, but my ability to open a portal only rises for those souls who've already passed, or those who hover on the edge of death as she did. I fear she is here to stay.
Even as bold as your request is, I am intrigued. He tapped the polished oak desktop. I would need to meet her afore I could make a decision.
Most certainly. Hope bloomed in her chest. She awaits outside.
Then by all means, bring her in.
She dashed to the thickly panelled door and opened it. Ariana stood in the darkened hallway in a simple gown of brown, one she'd embroidered for her along the ruffled neckline with gold thread to match her long golden locks.
Is all well?
Her big blue eyes asked so much more.
Come in, my dear.
The Earl will see you. She squeezed Ariana's hands, then motioned her through. Ariana entered and dipped her head at Cunningham.
It's lovely to meet you, my lad.
Hell.
He shoved to his feet and yanked on the front of his grey tailored jacket.
You are, as I've been told. I can barely tell the difference between you and my daughters.
The man at your door got quite the surprise when I arrived.
Ariana shuffled from slippered foot to foot on the burgundy woolen mat before his desk.
Take a seat and tell me all about this time in the future you're from. Your speech certainly isn't as thick as mine.
I was born in the year 1998 and lived on the Isle of Skye with my father.
She sat on one of the 3 navy and black striped padded chairs set in a half circle.
He fashions weapons of old and sells them all around the world, or will in the future. His name is Samuel Cunningham. He's all I have.
Xenia had been quite shocked when Ariana had first spoken her father's name, although her surprise had quickly passed. Samuel was a common name, and so was Cunningham. The child's kin also came from Skye, where names were more often than not handed down from generation to generation.
There are a number of Cunninghams on Skye, all from my clan. Tell me about the future.
Eagerly, he walked around his desk, moved his quill and ink bottle, and perched on the front edge.
In the future, all children attend school from a very early age, both girls and boys alike. I just completed my final year of secondary school and recently enrolled at the University of West Scotland to further my studies.
You're well educated.
Very well educated.
What of your mother?
I never knew her, although I bear her name. She too was called Ariana and was a MacLeod. She died not long after I was born, and Dad's been fighting an illness called cancer these past few months.
Is this illness one he might perish from?
If he'd discovered his illness a little earlier, he could have easily caught it in time. His chances right now are half and half.
Tears welled in her eyes, and she blinked them away.
I've written him a letter, one I need you to hold on to and ensure he receives in the future. His address is on the outside, and the date it must be delivered to him by. I've warned him about his cancer and told him as much as I could.
She pulled a piece of parchment folded in 3 from her pocket and handed it to the Earl.
Will you keep it safe for me and ensure he receives it?
Aye, I'll do all I can, but you're asking me to ensure he receives this in a time over 400 years from now.
He took her letter and inspected the address on the outside.
He lives in Dunagan village.
A few miles north of it, yes. Our home is close to Dunagan Castle, right along the cliffs.
There is a large parcel of land there owned by the Cunninghams, and several families in my clan call that stretch of sky home.
My father's ancestors live there now.
Then ye are indeed kin.
He crossed to a tall chest with ornately carved feet, opened the decorative door, and lifted the lid of a wooden safe box sitting on the shelf. He slipped her letter inside, then returned to his chair.
Xenia tells me the warrior James MacDonald knows all. If you're to live here, then you'll have to cut your ties with him.
Xenia explained your sister wed the chief of MacLean, and the MacLeans and MacDonalds are at war.
'Tis a deadly feud that rages between them." He scrubbed a hand over his thick brown beard speckled with grey. "And my sister's enemy is my enemy. I canna associate with the MacDonalds, nor even one who has aided you."
"I don't wish to cause any problems."
"Good." He nodded. "Then 'tis settled. You are welcome in my home, and you will be known as my late cousin's daughter from Skye. That should suffice."
"Will I be able to visit Xenia?"
"As often as you wish." He nodded at Xenia. "I find I am more than intrigued. All will be as you've asked."
"My thanks."
Relief poured through her. Ariana would be well cared for, and that was all she could ever ask. Back at her cottage, Xenia and Ariana rejoined James as he paced her front room in a white tunic and tan trews, his daggers sheathed at each wrist and his sword belted at his side. The warrior raised one eyebrow. "What did the Earl say, Xenia?"
He said yes."
Ariana squealed and jumped into James's arms. The two had formed a close bond over the weeks she'd been confined to her bed. She doubted Ariana would be able to cut all ties with James. 'Twould be an impossibility.
"I'm to pack my things and return immediately, and I'm allowed to visit Xenia as often as I wish,"
Ariana told him.
"There is only one stipulation I didn't care for."
"And what is that?"
"I'm not allowed to see you. So that means whenever you visit, you'll need to do so in secret."
"Aye, that I can manage." He grinned, then slowly frowned. "I came across William again this morn, and we fought. I explained to him I gave you my word of protection, and that will always stand firm, whether he wishes it or no." He gestured toward his leather satchel on the tabletop underneath the window. "I bought a gift for you. I wanted you to have it afore I left."
"Is it one of those sugared plums you returned with after your last trip to the village? Those were delicious."
She scooped his satchel up and passed it to him. "Nay, you look inside." He handed the satchel back to her, sat on the wooden bench and patted the space beside him. "Now you'll be out and about. You must take every precaution, and this gift will aid you in doing so." She perched, opened the flap and peered inside. Slowly, reverently, she lifted a tiny wrapped package from within and opened it. She unwrapped the paper and plucked a silver disc free.
"Oh, how beautiful! It's a charm."
"Turn it over and read the inscription." James tucked a lock of her blonde hair behind her ear. Ariana did, and Xenia leaned forward and smiled as she read the words etched upon it. Ariana MacLeod Cunningham, D.O.B., 1569.
"It's perfect, and you're so thoughtful."
Ariana touched her heart.
"I love it."
She passed the charm to James.
"Can you put it on for me?"
"Of course." He unfastened her necklace, removed the old charm, and added the new. "I can look after your old charm if you wish."
"Only if you promise to keep it safe."
"I'll guard it with my life. That I promise you, just as I gave you my word I shall always be here for you." He brought her hands to his lips, kissed her knuckles and stood. "Now I must be away afore the day is done."
"I hate that you have to leave."
She hugged him.
"Travel safely and hurry back. I'll be waiting."
"I'll return as often as my duties allow it." He stroked the back of her head and closed his eyes. The two had formed an unbreakable bond, just as Xenia and Ariana had done. Together, she and James would continue to guard her, their little imp who'd travelled through time. Chapter 1. 4 years later, on the way to Dunagan Castle, stronghold of Clan MacLeod, Isle of Skye, 1590. Ariana's heartbeat raced as she sat in a berlin in the dark of night, surrounded by the Earl, Xenia, and a good 20 of their Cunningham warriors, as they sailed along the final seaward stretch toward Dunagan Castle to join in this year's Highland Games being held on Skye. She longed to experience the week of festivities where the clans gathered and challenged each other, but even more so, to once again be back on land so close to her childhood home. Overhead, a thick layer of cloud parted, and moonlight shimmered through, and cast a silvery hue over the forest's treetops edging the coastline. So beautiful.
I've missed this place.
As have I. Xenia jiggled on the wooden bench seat.
'Tis been 21 long years since I was last here. I left no long after my mother's passing, and never returned. I'm so glad we've come together.
Ariana had begged the Earl to allow her to journey here, even though his wife was unable to. She'd asked if Xenia could chaperone her, and when he'd said yes, she couldn't have been more thrilled. Leaning closer to Xenia, she asked,
"Why have you stayed away for so long?" "I shouldn't have, but I experienced so much loss those last few months I was here. I lived at the castle, and my mother was the old chief's healer afore her passing."
She lowered her voice further.
"Have I ever told you how Cunningham's father, the old Earl, came to meet my mother?"
"Only that they met here." Xenia had told her what she'd told no other, the truth of who her father was. Even Cunningham was unaware. All he knew was that Xenia's father had been from his clan.
"The old Earl visited his kinsman here from time to time, and when he did, he stayed at Dunagan. 'Twas on one such visit he met my mother, and at a time when she was rather young and impressionable. That's when they had their affair." "Aye, and when it was time for the Earl to leave, my mother discovered she was with child and spoke of it to him. She believed herself in love with him, but of course the old Earl had no intention of leaving his wife."
With a slight tip of her head, she motioned toward the Earl as he stood and strode to the centre mast and gripped it.
"The old Earl's son must never know. In the future, children are often born out of wedlock, and there is no shame."
"Aye, but this isna the future." With a gentle smile, she snuggled deeper into her red and blue tartan blanket.
"Tell me all about Dunagan Castle as you knew it. I adore hearing you speak of the future. I have so many wonderful memories of this place. Dad used to purchase seasonal tickets and brought me here often. I used to listen in on the tours and can lightly recite a ton of its history, but there's one secret I must tell you that no one can know." "What is it?" "In the mid-1700s, the current chief of MacLeod did something no one ever believed would be possible. He built a landward entrance into Dunagan."
"Nay," she gasped and sat upright.
"But Dunagan is built on a rock, and the loch surrounds most of it. 'Tis inaccessible to reach by land. Surely you jest." "I promise I'm speaking the truth. There's even a secret tunnel deep underneath the castle that weaves all the way to the land. I haven't been inside it, but it's there, and I know it exists." "A tunnel as well? Oh my!"
Awe shone in her blue eyes.
"What else can you share? What of the MacLeod fairy flag? Quite by chance my mother saw it as a child. Usually 'tis kept well hidden by the chief."
The fairy flag was one of their MacLeod clan's most treasured possessions. Decades ago, the fairy princess had fallen in love with the MacLeod chief and begged her father, the fairy king, to allow them to wed. He'd told her she would tire of the human world and wish to return to their people. When she'd declared she wouldn't and once again pleaded, her father instead made her an offer. She could handfast with the MacLeod chief, but after a year and a day had passed, she must return to the fairy realm. She and the chief wed, and she bore him a son, and when the time came for her to honour her word and return to her people, she asked her handfast husband to promise her that he'd never allow their son to be left alone, for if she ever heard him cry, it would tear her heart in two. The chief kept his word and ensured a nursemaid watched over their son at all times, but one day the maid lapsed in her duties, and when the princess heard her son's cries, she rushed to him and comforted him, then wrapped him in her shawl. When the nursemaid returned, she found the child sleeping peacefully, swathed in a beautiful crimson and yellow patterned cloth. A cloth known from that moment on as the fairy flag.
"In the future," Ariana whispered, "the fairy flag no longer remains hidden. It actually sits within a frame in the Great Hall for all to see, although it's merely a wispy scrap of fabric. Still, I've stood before it, and it possesses such an ethereal beauty. Your mother must have been one of the few to have laid eyes on it in this time."
She was. Xenia breathed deep and sighed as a sad look crossed her face. "I miss her so much, and Samuel. This return trip to Dunagan has brought back some poignant memories." Xenia spoke from time to time of Samuel Cunningham, the man she'd been betrothed to. She'd loved him dearly and had never bound herself to another man since. She couldn't, not when Samuel still held her heart.
"Where did your Samuel live?"
"Near the village with his brother until he came of age. Then he moved into the barracks at Dunagan and trained with my MacLeod kin. Before too long, he became one of the old chief's captains. He was a strong and a fierce fighter. 'Twas no long after we celebrated our betrothal that war broke out on the neighbouring Isle of Lewis, and Tormod offered our Lewis kin his aid. Both Samuel and my mother sailed to their shores. I'm so sorry you lost both of them the way you did. I don't quite know how you dealt with it all. Those were some of my darkest days. Tormod told me mother's death was fast, and Samuel's injury was so severe his breath rattled in and out as he hovered at the edge of death. Tormod did all he could and sent my beloved soaring free, body and soul. The old chief held the same skill as I." She stared out over the blackened waves, then wiped a trickling tear from her cheek. "'Twas hard no having Samuel's body to bury, although Tormod returned with my mother's, her soul at ease."
"Dunagan lies directly ahead," Cunningham called.
"Oh, we're almost there." Xenia lifted a little to get a better view, and Ariana followed suit. Ahead, Dunagan rose from the dark like a fortress, its massive grey towers and fortified walls, topped with battlements and guardsmen roaming the ramparts. From the multitude of square windows, candlelight flickered in welcome. Such a glorious sight. "I can't believe I'm about to meet Rory MacLeod. He's known as one of the greatest chiefs of our clan. Rory's been to Glencairn over the years, but no while you've lived there."
"Lower the sail."
Cunningham stood in his great plaid and thick black boots, looking as eager as them all to make landfall.
"All to oars."
The warriors plunged their oars into the depths, speeding their burlin toward the sea gate. At the edge of the stone landing, 2 large men waded into the water, and as they came abreast of them, each seized a side of the burlin. Hearty welcomes rang out from the 2 warriors as they guided the burlin the last few feet and nestled it next to the stone stairs. Another warrior walked along the landing toward them, his green eyes glinting with specks of yellow from the flickering torch he held. He offered Ariana his hand.
"Watch your step, my lady. The rocks are slippery."
"Thank you." She grasped a hold, and he aided her out. Her legs shook from being confined to one position for so long, but she stamped her feet and wriggled her toes as they tingled anew. The Earl bounded out onto the landing and eyed the warrior.
"We're here at the Chief of MacLeod's invitation. Could you please ensure he's made aware of her?" "Well, well, if it isn't a Cunningham."
A towering man descended the stone stairs. Leather trews hugged his thick legs, and a buckskin vest moulded his broad chest. His dark blonde hair, tied back with a strip of leather, gave him a formidable look, as did the battle-axe and sword holstered at his hip. Their Viking heritage couldn't have been more obvious.
"Rory MacLeod."
Cunningham stepped up to him.
"'Tis good to see ye again. Welcome to Dunagan. You and your kin are only the second of the competing clans to arrive. The remainder are due to sail in on the morrow.
I've had chambers prepared for you and your kin, and pallets laid down in the barracks for your men. My thanks. He motioned toward William as he joined them. William, you've met Rory? I have, though 'tis been a while. William adjusted his bow and arrow satchel over one shoulder and shook Rory's hand. At 24, William stood tall, almost eye to eye with Rory. Welcome, William. I see my warriors will have some healthy competition during these games. I'm looking forward to the sword challenge in particular. Aye, as am I. Rory grinned as Xenia stood and walked to the side of the boat. He offered her a steadying hand as she stepped onto the landing in her blue gown and cloak, her tartan blanket tucked over one arm. My favourite healer. 'Tis been far too long since you last set foot on Skye, Xenia.
'Tis wonderful to be home again. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. I hope you'll take care while I'm here not to climb any trees.
He chuckled. I shall never live my tree-climbing days down with you. How many broken bones of mine did you mend when I was a lad?
Far more than I should have, although because of you I did learn how to mend a limb very well.
That you did.
Cunningham gestured toward Ariana.
Rory, allow me to introduce you to Ariana MacLeod Cunningham. Her late father was a close cousin of mine. Like Xenia, she too has a great love of healing and intends to offer her aid where she can during these games. Another MacLeod. 'Tis good to meet you. Do your kin come from Skye?
Yes. I used to live not far from here, along the inner channel of the loch toward Dunagan village. She dipped her head. I'm so excited to be here.
Then come. You must meet my sister Margaret. She longs for female company. Allow me to lead the way. He strode along the rocky path winding upward, lit by the odd torch staked into the stony ground. Once they reached the top, they tramped through a darkened passageway and into an inner courtyard. Torches mounted on the stone walls spread their flickering glow, while above on the battlements, guardsmen patrolled the ramparts in battle attire and weapons holstered at their sides. Ahead, the stone entry of the keep beckoned. A boisterous buzz of voices echoed toward her, and she took a deep, fortifying breath and entered the great hall. The vaulted room held high wooden-beamed rafters, and the plastered walls were covered with beautiful tapestries of hunting and landscape scenes. Trestle tables were stacked with large platters of cooked meat, roasted vegetables and bread, while a good 100 warriors in their MacLeod tartan sat on wooden benches, enjoying the fine-looking fare. Serving maids carried trays holding steaming bowls of stew and bustled about. Never had she seen the castle so alive like this. Hand to her mouth, she turned in a circle, embracing it all. Her father would have loved to have witnessed this. Countless times they'd stood together in this hall, then wandered through the public rooms. Her vision blurred, and she pushed back threatening tears. Being here again was a dream come true, even though it stirred such bitter-sweet memories. I cannot believe we must sit in the same hall as the MacDonalds, William snorted as he gripped his bow. At the far trestle table, a score of warriors wore the distinctive red, blue and green tartan of the MacDonald clan. She searched amongst the warriors and gasped as one of them rose to his feet. James's great plaid was secured over his chest with a silver pin and belted low at his waist with a leather girdle. His vivid blue gaze, as deep as the ocean, settled on her, and her heartbeat fluttered. She hadn't seen him in 6 agonizing long months, not since his chief had been captured and imprisoned by the king and tossed into Holyrood's tower. He appeared taller, stronger, and his thick biceps bulged as he slid one thumb under his claymore's front-belted strap. The hilt of the mighty sword strapped in a baldric across his back gleamed under the candlelit chandelier above. "Ariana," William's tone was stern as he squeezed her shoulder. "Avert your gaze. Dinna draw James MacDonald's attention."
I haven't seen him in so long.
Even though she'd tried to meet with James in secret during those times he'd visited, William more often than not learnt of his arrival, and the two usually fought. Not once had she been able to stop them. "He's the enemy, and a man you need to steer well clear of." He clenched his teeth.
"He's also one of my guardians, whether you wish it or not. Rescuing me from James isn't necessary."
William stroked one finger smoothly down the length of his bow's string line. "Father recently received word from one of my aunt's men that James has not long been at Holyrood House. Apparently he was there to court Rory's cousin, Annie MacLeod. Clearly he seeks an alliance, although under the guise of wishing for peace between the clans."
"He intends to wed?"
She and James kept nothing from each other. He would have said.
"Are you sure?"
"His brother recently spoke vows with another of Rory's close kin. The signs of his clan's intentions are all there." He jerked his head toward the dais, where an elegant young lady sat in a corseted cream gown, her pale hair curling in long locks down her back. The fine velvet hugged her trim waist, the gold and red silk ribbons lacing the front, an entwining of rich colours. "That's Rory's sister, Margaret, and now she's 8 and 10, I would lay a wager James will be after a contract with her, either by marriage or handfast."
"She's barely of age."
"Women may wed far younger than that. Come." William set a hand at her back and steered her across the room after Rory toward the dais. The MacLeod chief smiled at his sister. "Margaret, you'll remember the Earl of Glencairn and his son William."
"I do."
Her eyes twinkled as she smiled at them both. "The Earl has also brought his ward, Arianna, and the healer, Xenia MacLeod, as her chaperone. Look after the ladies for me and ensure they know where their chambers are."
"Certainly."
Margaret patted the chairs either side of her as Rory offered a seat to Cunningham and William farther along the table.
"Come and join me. There are so few women here, and I long for female company."
"Thank you." Ariana sat, arranged her sapphire skirts around her, and accepted a bowl of stew the serving maid offered her. Margaret picked up the large pitcher and filled 2 goblets with warm cider, and passed one to her and the other to Xenia.
"I've heard so many wonderful tales about you, Xenia, and your late mother. 'Tis intriguing to finally meet you."
"There is little intriguing about me."
"Oh, but I've heard you hold the gifted skill, the same as what my father did."
Margaret leaned closer to Xenia as she whispered,
"Is that no the truth?"
"Aye, 'tis the truth. Tormod first taught me all I needed to know about my ability. He was a fine chief, and I admired him so." Xenia picked up her spoon and ate a mouthful.
This is delicious."
Ariana closed her eyes and breathed in the mouth-watering scent of mutton and vegetables. They'd been travelling for close to a week, eating dried foods and oatcakes. Hot meals had been few and far between, and now her belly rumbled. She scooped up the wedge of bread at the side, took a big bite, and licked the richly flavoured juices as they dribbled from the end. Hearty and delicious. Margaret selected a morsel of salmon from her trencher and chewed.
"I've never travelled as far south as Glencairn. What is the land like there, Ariana?"
"As wild and as beautiful as these isles, although missing the sea, since we're some distance inland. It's been an age since I've sailed these waterways. Rory has promised to take me to Holyrood House on his next trip this coming spring, although I believe we'll be travelling by road most of the way." She grinned and looked out over the feasting warriors. "It's wonderful to see the clans coming together like this. I so enjoy the games." Warriors clanked their tankards together and drank. Food and drink flowed, and James nodded at her from his seat next to his men. She smiled and touched her heart. He was so close, yet still so far away, although regardless of William's warning, she would speak to James. Nothing and no one would stop her. The Cunningham clan had arrived, except James had not expected Ariana to be among them. A healthy glow flushed her cheeks, and he longed to trace the smattering of sweet freckles across her nose. 6 long months had passed since he'd last seen her, and he'd never have allowed so much time to pass if it weren't for his clan's feuding with the MacLean of Duart, or his chief's capture by the king's men. He and his brother had fought hard to protect Dunscaith Castle and their lands, but this trip to Dunvegan to participate in the games had been a necessity, just as his recent trip to Edinburgh to visit his imprisoned chief in the King's Tower had been. Donald MacDonald had made his request to him clear. He was to strengthen the ties between the MacDonalds and the MacLeods, so the MacLeans would not have such a strong ally against them in this war. If possible, he was to woo Rory's sister, and since it was peace James sought, in many ways he agreed with his chief's plan.
"William Cunningham watches ye. So does the Earl."
Artair, his right-hand man, clapped him on the shoulder.
"Is there a reason you've already drawn their attention?"
"Possibly." At the dais, Arianna stood, her long golden blonde tresses shimmering in the firelight. She eased back into the shadows, then disappeared down a darkened hallway. He nodded at Artair and said,
"Keep your eye on William, and ensure he doesna follow me. I have a wee errand to run."
"Aye, Captain." He slipped behind a screened doorway and weaved his way around the back passageway toward the hallway Ariana had taken. The gloomy corridor, lit only by the odd candle in an iron wall sconce, remained bare of any other. He slowed near a darkened alcove opposite a half-opened panelled door. This antechamber was one the men used at night when they wished to play a game of cards or converse in private. He'd been in here earlier this eve. With one hand on his sword hilt, he gently, carefully, prodded the door open. It swung wide, and Ariana stood in the moonlight beaming through the narrow window. He stepped inside and closed the door.
"What are you doing here?" he rasped.
"And hello to you too." Smiling, she set a lit candle in a holder on top of the centre table, surrounded by 6 lavishly upholstered chairs.
"There is danger in this meeting."
"There's always danger when you and I meet." She stepped closer, and with a soft sigh, pressed her palm against his chest. Heat radiated from her touch, and his fingers twitched with the need to pull her into his arms. He wanted to hold her, as badly as he always did. Instead, he shoved his hands behind his back. He was here for peace, which meant forming an alliance with the MacLeods. Slowly, he stepped back, then wandered around the chamber with its bright yellow plastered walls. At the far side, he sat where he could easily watch the door and her. "Please, I don't like to see you so worried." She crossed to him, her full velvet skirts brushing the polished floorboards. She looked a vision, her gown's square-cut neckline dipping and exposing the swell of her creamy skin. "William told me tonight you might have your sights set on Margaret MacLeod. Is that true?"
"William needs to mind his own business."
"She's only 18.
"I'm well aware."
"You intend to offer for her?" She dipped a finger below the embroidered edging of her bodice and freed her silver necklace. She clasped the charm he'd given her firmly in her palm.
"There's a strong possibility, although I've only spoken to her once, and that was earlier this eve on my arrival."
He eased back in his chair.
"My clan's feud with the MacLeans has escalated. My last trip to Edinburgh was to visit my captured chief. I desire peace, Ariana. This war between the clans must come to an end, and if an alliance must be made between myself and Margaret, then so be it."
He dug into his pocket and gripped her charm, the one he'd promised he'd always keep safe, one he always kept on him. "I understand your need for peace, but I've missed you."
"As I've missed you."
He pressed his elbows to the table. Ariana had made her position clear time and time again. She longed to save her ill father and return to the future, however that could be achieved. There was no place in her life for him.
"Does Cunningham still treat you well?"
"Yes, the Earl is good to me." She fidgeted with her sapphire gown's long sleeves, tugging the lace hem that draped over her knuckles.
"Then what concerns you? Your agitation is obvious." Speak as you will. You've never held aught back from me afore.
It's been 4 years and I'm still here. I'm no closer to returning home than I was at the very beginning.
Xenia can only call forth her ability if there is a lost soul in need of it.
I am a lost soul.
She swished to his side, hand thumping her chest.
My father is all I have other than you and Xenia, and if you wed another, I'll be forced to let you go too.
I will always be here for you.
Her anguish tore at him, and he stood, caught her hand and tugged her closer. Hell, he'd never been able to resist her.
If you've changed your mind and wish to stay in the past, then say the word and I'll pursue you instead.
He would, in an instant.
This isn't my time, and it never will be.
She leaned her forehead against his chest.
My father needs me.
I would care for you as none other could.
I know you would, but I have to halt his death before it happens.
She lifted her chin, tears pooling in her eyes.
The disease that takes him can be averted, provided I can get word to him before it does. His life is worth everything to me, and now I'm back on Skye, there must be something more I can do.
A lone tear streaked down her cheek, and he wiped it away.
Dinna cry.
I feel so torn. I just learnt you're considering another, and it hurts.
We are in a predicament, then.
He wrapped his arms around her and gently stroked her back.
The feud worsens, he murmured.
How bad is it?
Lachlan MacLean recently attacked my chief's brother and his clan on the Isle of Islay. He attempted to burn the village of Ardbeg to the ground, and when unsuccessful, captured the MacDonald chief's wife and his eldest son. Lachlan MacLean then took to the Rins on Islay's western coast, and when the MacDonalds of Islay caught up with him, a battle ensued. MacLean was captured and handed over to the king's men, although the MacLeans now seek their revenge against our fellow clansmen. Which means we too must be prepared. Another attack could come at any time.
I understand your duty is to your clan.
She caught his hand, opened his fist, and smiled as she gazed at her old charm. Hell, if he lowered his head, he could claim her lips and the kiss he'd always longed for.
In the future, one usually marries for love.
She traced one finger along his lower lip.
You must not touch me so, no unless you wish for more.
What I wish for is to have both you and my father, but that will never.
She glanced at the door. Footsteps echoed down the passageway, and swiftly he tucked Ariana in behind him and clasped his sword.
It appears we're about to have company. Do you wish to take one guess who that might be?
She sighed.
As much as I adore him, William is like a hound, always scenting his prey. I should leave before he...
William opened the door and entered, his gaze narrowing on James.
Why am I no surprised to find you once again meeting in an inappropriate place and time with Ariana? You cannot deny me my duty, and as one of her guardians, I'll meet with her as often as I wish. As you always say, and as I always disagree.
William bounded forward, sword raised.
No! You two need to stop this!
Ariana dived between William and James as they came at each other. Breathing hard, she shoved one hand against each of their chests.
I'm sick of watching you two fight.
Step aside, Ariana.
William's face turned thunderously dark.
You can't scare me with that look of yours. Honestly, you two are both on the same side when it comes to protecting me. I wish you'd see that.
You've no need of a MacDonald. His clan are at war with my aunt's MacLean kin. He would gladly take the life of any one of them. Only if provoked.
James glared at William.
Lower your weapon, and I shall do the same. It isna right to bring Ariana into our disagreement.
William slid his sword away as he eyed her.
I warned you. You're to stay away from him, yet at the first opportunity you defy me.
You might be at war with James, but I'm not, and I have a request to make of him, a very important one, which was why I had to see him.
You can make any request you have need of directly to me. Nay, she sought me out, William.
James sheathed his blade and crossed his arms.
Speak as you will, Ariana.
Now I'm back on Skye, she remained firmly between them. I'd like to visit my father's home on the land where his ancestors lived, and I'd like you to take me.
What are your intentions if I allow this?
To leave a letter with them, one they can pass along. I've got to do something more to save my father. I fear the reason I'm still here in the past is because none of my letters have yet reached him. Maybe once one does, I'll no longer be a lost soul.
William scoffed.
Father's safe overflows with your letters. One will surely reach him.
James set a hand on her shoulder.
If you wish to deliver another letter to your father, I'll gladly aid you, but there will be conditions. Although, give me some time to consider them all, then we'll speak again.
Of course. Whatever you ask, I'll gladly agree to.
Good.
He strode to the door and glanced over his shoulder at her.
I'll see you on the morrow. Take care this eve.
I will. Thank you.
Excitement bubbled inside her. James never backed down on a promise. She would get her wish, to leave her father another letter. Nothing could have made her happier. Chapter 2. With William at her side, Ariana walked from the room and along the gloomy passageway, lit by the odd flickering candle in its iron wall sconce.
No more secret assignations with MacDonald,
William warned in a low growl.
James wishes to form an alliance with the MacLeods, but to ensure peace between the clans, not for the reason you spoke of earlier. I really wish you two would get along.
I'm sure that's exactly what James told you.
His tone said he would never fall for such a thing.
Even though I adore you,
you're impossible sometimes. Ahead in the great hall, the pipers played a merry tune, and she left William and strode back to her seat.
I'm so sorry, my dear. I couldna stop William from seeking you out. One of James's men tried to divert him too, but to no avail.
Xenia shuffled closer, taking Margaret's vacated chair. The chief's sister twirled around the dance floor, where the trestle tables had been moved to make more room. The young woman looped her arm through another warrior's, her cream skirts flying and her giggles floating free. The chief's sister was gracious, bright and bubbly. She'd make a wonderful wife for any man.
At least this time they didn't actually draw blood.
She drummed her fingers on the tabletop.
Excuse me, my ladies.
One of their clansmen, a seasoned warrior who Xenia had healed from a nasty arm wound only a month ago, dipped his head toward his now favourite healer.
Would you care for a burl?
Oh, I'd love that.
Xenia squeezed her hand as she stood.
Cheer up, my dear, and try to enjoy yourself. Don't worry about me. You go and have some fun for the both of us.
Oh, I surely will. She took the hulking warrior's elbow and he spun her away. Across the hall, James reappeared from behind a screened door and sat with his kinsman, while Margaret danced back to her seat and flopped into her chair.
I see your brother found you. He appeared worried about where you'd gotten to.
Brothers are extremely annoying. She laughed.
Oh, you're speaking to the converted. 2 brothers, and both so overbearing, I can barely walk about the courtyard without them snarling at any man who might wish to talk to me. I'm surprised I got one full dance in.
Margaret grinned and nudged her shoulder with hers.
I couldn't help but notice the MacDonald captain watching you so intently. James is one of my guardians, not that William has ever approved. A guardian? Now that sounds interesting. How did that come about? The MacDonalds and Cunninghams have rarely seen eye to eye over the years. For you to have a MacDonald as a guardian is rather unusual. Not long after I lost my father, and before I entered the Earl's household, James aided me when I was lost and alone. I'd suffered a terrible injury, and along with Xenia, the two of them cared for me. Since that time, his protection has stood strong."
My, Margaret patted her chest.
"Then James is a man of great honour."
"Every single inch of him." Across the hall, James glanced between her and Margaret, a frown on his face. Perhaps it would be best if she gave James the chance to speak to Margaret and get to know her, as he likely wished to. Certainly with her here, doing so would be harder for him. His loyalty to her would stir, as well as his need not to hurt her. She stood and smiled at Margaret.
"I've been up since dawn, and am exhausted. Would it be possible for you to show me to my chamber?"
"Aye, I should really have considered such a thing. Come."
Margaret rose and led her toward the stairwell. She slowed as a maid walked toward her.
"Bessie, have our guests' trunks been placed in their chambers?"
"Aye, my lady. Mistress Ariana's have been left in the gold chamber, and Mistress Xenia's in the blue."
"Wonderful. Ensure both their fires are lit."
Margaret walked up the curved stairs to the second floor, and Ariana followed. Before one of the wall sconces, she removed a candle, then opened a chamber door, and set it in a holder by the bedside table.
"Bessie willna be long."
"Thank you."
"This room is beautiful."
The chamber held a queen-sized bed with a thick golden canopy drawn around the sides. The rich velvet swept onto the polished wooden floors.
"Is your chamber nearby?" "I'm afraid no. My chamber is in the fairy tower across the keep. Rory has his rooms there too."
Bessie knocked on the open door and hurried in. She knelt in her brown kirtle before the hearth and set to work building a fire.
"I'll say good night."
Margaret squeezed her hands.
"If there is aught more you need, then just ask."
"I will."
"I'll see you in the morn."
With a smile, Margaret swished out the door and closed it behind her. Yes, she'd make a fine wife for any man. She was so considerate and caring. The maid dusted her hands against her apron sides and stood. The fire blazed and spread its delicious warmth throughout the room.
"Would you like help readying yourself for bed, my lady?"
"I would. This gown laces at the back."
She turned, and Bessie loosened the laces. She wriggled the fabric over her hips and down her legs, while the maid foraged through her trunk under the narrow window and returned with her night rail. She eased the white linen shift she passed her over her head. Bessie gathered the gown pooled on the floor and draped it over her arm.
"I'll return this after it's been laundered, my lady." "Thank you. Rest well."
Bessie left, and she closed and bolted the door behind the maid, crawled under the covers and snuggled. The blood feuds raging across the Isles impacted all of Scotland, and James's desire for peace was one she couldn't fault him for. If only this truly was her time, she would choose him in a heartbeat and never look back. As the entertainment drew to a close with the late hour, James strode upstairs toward his chamber on the second floor, his satchel and weapons in hand. His men had been offered pallets in the barracks, and he'd considered bedding down with them, but with Ariana's arrival things had changed, particularly with her need to leave a letter with her Cunningham ancestors. There was danger in allowing too many to know the truth about where she'd come from. He'd certainly aid her in her mission to get a letter to her father, but above all else, he'd ensure she never exposed herself in the process. Outside his chamber door, he stopped as his right-hand man slid out of the shadowed nook. With William keeping such a close eye on him, he'd asked his man to follow Ariana when she'd retired for the night and ensure she remained safe. "Is her chamber close?" he asked Artair. "Aye, she has the room next to yours, the one on the right. All remains quiet on this floor." An edgy frustration sizzled through him, in part because his conversation with her remained unfinished, and also because of the emotions that always reared to life when he was near her.
My thanks. I'll see you in the morn.
Artair disappeared into the dark. The games were to begin in the afternoon, once the remainder of the clans arrived, and as much as he enjoyed the gathering when hostilities between them all were set aside, 'twas only a momentary truce. He and his men would need to remain on guard, because no matter that he wished for peace, unless all the feuding clans did too, then he fought a losing battle. He opened his door and stepped inside his room. Moonlight streamed through the narrow window and played over the thick brown fur covering his bed. He set his bag on the side table, then propped his bow and satchel of arrows in the corner. He'd warm the chamber, then seek out Ariana. Even though the hour was late, they needed to speak. On his knees at the hearth, he tore bark from a log, struck his flint against his dagger, and blew on the sparks. Flames flickered, and he tossed a block of peat onto the fire. Behind him, a draught from somewhere rippled the ambry's navy curtains. The windows and door remained firmly shut. No wind had come down the chimney. He crossed to the ambry and pushed the curtain aside. A panelled door, lower and not as wide as most in the castle, was visible next to the shelves. He stroked the polished wood. This connecting door must lead directly into Arianna's chamber. The wall it stood against was to the right. He slid the bolt free, and without a snick of noise, pushed the door open. Soundlessly, he stepped through. Golden drapery hid his path, and he swished the curtain back. Ariana slept in a large four-poster bed, her pale blonde lashes glimmering in the fire's glow. She was such an innocent. He knelt at her side and smoothed his knuckles across her soft cheeks. Everything about her touched him, from her absolute devotion to those she loved to her feisty and fierce nature. He breathed deep, and her sweet vanilla scent swirled seductively around him. From the moment he'd carried her into Xenia's cottage and she'd burrowed against him, he'd experienced an overwhelming sense of rightness, one that had grown over the years from strength to strength. Being with her, holding her, was all he desired. Hell, how on earth was he meant to court another woman when she was the one he wanted? During his recent trip to see his chief in the king's cells, he'd actually attempted to court Rory's cousin, Annie MacLeod, while at Holyrood. When Annie had instead handfasted with Colin MacLean, relief had poured through him. Even though the MacLean warrior was his adversary, he couldn't begrudge either of them their desired union. If only Ariana wished for what he did, but in the 4 years since her arrival, she'd never once changed her course of mind. Her aspiration was to return to her father, a dream he couldn't and wouldn't deny her.
James.
Ariana pushed her arms out from under the covers, dislodging the tartan blanket. Her night rail remained loose at the top, the ties partially undone.
Don't leave me, James. You promised, should I ever have need of you, you'd come, she murmured in her sleep.
I'm here. He hauled the blanket back up to her neck. Her lush, creamy skin would send him insane if he saw any more of it.
James?
She blinked her eyes open and sat up, the dratted tartan slipping to her waist.
How did you get in here?
She searched the room.
The door's bolted.
We have adjoining chambers, and there's a connecting door inside your ambry that leads to mine. Your,
he motioned toward her chest.
Night rail is loose.
Oh.
She yanked the ties together and closed the gap.
What a stroke of good luck to have adjoining rooms.
William wouldna think so.
Then we'd best not tell him.
Smiling, she wriggled across and patted the mattress.
Sit with me. Now we finally have a decent chance to talk.
Aye, we do. He toed off his boots, propped his sword beside her bed where it would lay within easy reach, and sat beside her. They'd talk, and then he'd leave. She was a craving he had to set aside, for both their sakes.
You have a rather serious expression on your face.
She plumped her pillow and propped it behind her.
'Tis not. I said we'd speak about your desire to seek out your Cunningham ancestors, and the conditions you'll need to agree to when I take you. I will not allow you to speak to them, to divulge your secret to another, but if you know of a safe place to keep your letter where your father might find it, then I'll gladly aid you.
I'm sure I can come up with somewhere. She popped a kiss on his cheek. Thank you. I'm very grateful for all you do for me.
You shouldna kiss me.
He palmed the place where the heat of her kiss still lingered. That wasn't a kiss. She leaned in again, and this time licked his lower lip. Neither was that, but I'm getting closer. Desire surged through his blood, and he growled her name, gripped her arms, and pressed her back into the mattress with his body. Looming over her, he hoped like hell he had a stern enough expression on his face.
This is your last warning. You shouldna kiss me.
You seem rather bent out of shape over what I wouldn't even call a kiss. She wriggled her body. Honestly, I'd like to kiss you. It might help me stop wondering what it might be like.
You need to watch your words as well. Do you no feel what you do to me? I want you, Ariana. I always have.
Then kiss me. We're alone and no one can interrupt us. She slid her hands free of his hold, wrapped her arms around his neck, then gently drew him closer. One kiss, and we'll make it count.
Ariana, from the day you've arrived you've held a piece of my heart, and you always will. I long to be with you. I only fear I'll never be able to give you up if I allow my feelings such a release.
And I fear returning to the future and having never known your touch. Which means we're at a stalemate, although it's one I still intend to win. She smiled, and his resolve fluttered away. James, let's forget about what could or couldn't be, and just live in the moment. You and me. There's no one else here but us. One kiss. She threaded her fingers deep into his hair, guided his mouth to hers, and kissed him. Her breath whispered softly across his tongue, a teasing caress that made his blood roar in his ears. He urged her lips apart to capture more of her essence and lost himself. She tasted divine, so sweetly pure, yet with an edge of hunger that matched his own. Need rushed through him, and he took control of their kiss, plunged his tongue inside her mouth, and drank in her delectable innocence. He welcomed the raw intimacy, one he'd craved for so long. Damn, he was losing control. He pulled back, only an inch, but hopefully enough to restore some much-needed sanity. Maybe 2 kisses might be best. She pressed chest, kissed his jaw, and nibbled toward his ear. I feel hot, very hot.
Then I should leave.
No, stay. She caressed his sides, then roamed down over his rear.
This is dangerous. We both play with fire.
I agree it's dangerous, but maybe necessary. She spread her hands wide and aligned their bodies completely. I'm 21 and old enough to decide who I want in my bed, and since you're here and we're being honest with each other, that man is you.
I will not take your innocence. That right belongs to your husband, and I did not come in here to ravish you.
He had to insert some space between them to clear his head. He lifted himself from her and rolled to his side.
'Tis been a long day, and we both need to rest.
Well, I'm wide awake now.
I'll stay until you fall asleep.
Unable to leave her, he tucked her against his side and pulled the covers over them both.
Close your eyes.
You are one stubborn man.
Thank you.
That wasn't a compliment. She shook her head, but thankfully closed her eyes. Time passed, and slowly her breathing evened out. The moment she succumbed to sleep, he closed his own eyes and allowed himself a few minutes' rest. A sliver of sunlight beamed through the wooden shutters over the narrow window and stirred James from his slumber. Ariana slept in his arms, Her nose burrowed into his neck, and her leg draped across his lower body. Her possessive hold on him had his groin tightening.
"James?"
Mumbling, she stretched and sighed. "Shh, go back to sleep." He shouldn't have stayed in her bed, but he'd needed to hold her, and before he no longer had the chance to do so. Carefully, he extricated himself from her warmth, hauled on his boots and strapped on his sword belt. At the hearth, he prodded the embers back into blazing life and tossed a slab of peat on the fire to ensure she remained warm.
"Is it dawn already?"
She propped herself up on her elbows, her pale hair a tangled mess around her shoulders, as she blinked and opened her eyes. "Aye, and the castle will soon awaken." He walked to her ambry and pushed the golden curtain aside. "I want you to be careful while you're here. Keep Xenia close. There are many warriors about."
"I promise I'll be careful. What events are you competing in?"
She hopped out of bed and jumped onto his booted feet.
"Sorry, but you moved too fast and I had to stop you. Oh, look!"
She peered through the open door into his chamber, then wobbled and slid her arms around his waist.
"This will be a terrible temptation, having you so close now I know how deliciously you kiss."
"I'll bar the door on my side."
He couldn't keep the grumble from his voice. Locking her away from him was the last thing he wished to do.
"You can leave it unlocked. I won't mind at all."
She smiled, so brightly he wanted to remain in her sight and soak the warmth of her gaze in.
"Would it be too presumptuous of me to ask for a final kiss?"
"Very."
"What if I choose to offer one as a token of good luck for when you compete? I've heard holding a charm from a lady is very important."
Challenge lit her stunning blue eyes.
"I already hold a charm of yours."
Arms around her, he walked into his chamber with her clinging, her feet still atop his, and her hips rocking snugly against his groin. How was he supposed to keep control when she teased and tempted him like this?
"I believe you could use another charm. Two are far better than one alone."
She ran her thumb along his lower lip, then raised her gaze to his.
"But of course, that is your choice."
"There is no choice when it comes to you."
He dipped his head, covered her mouth with his, and kissed her with all the passion within him. His senses swam, and he cupped her bottom, lifted her higher, and made certain she felt every hard inch of him.
"See how you tempt me."
"Yes, and you do the same to me."
She seized his biceps, then kissed him back, until their breath mingled as one, and the heat between them blazed. Damn, he had to stop. Where was his resolve? Breathing hard, he pulled away.
"My thanks for your token of good luck."
"Any time."
She licked her lips. Heaven help him. He was lost. Ariana spread her hand over James's solid chest. His muscles flexed under her touch, and she embraced the heat that surged through her. He looked so rumpled and delicious with a raz of stubble on his jaw, and his silky auburn hair catching the morning light and sparking like fire. A muffled knock sounded, one not from his door, but hers.
"You should go."
James lifted her off his feet and onto the ground.
"I should."
She forced herself to step back through the door into her room. He was everything she'd ever desired in a man. If only it was possible to be with him. Why couldn't she have it all, her father and him?
"I'll talk to you later."
"Aye, later."
"Ariana?"
Another knock.
"'Tis Xenia. I ordered you a bath and the lads are here with the tub." "Coming."
Heart heavy, she closed the connecting door, carefully rearranged the ambry curtain so it covered the entrance, then crossed to her door. She greeted Xenia with a wide smile.
"Good morning." "And a good morn to you, too."
Xenia swished inside in her bronze skirts, a colour that highlighted her long red gold curls. She moved to one side, then bid the two lads behind her to enter. Barefoot and with sooty marks on the knees of their loose-legged tan breeches, they heaved a tub before the fireplace, then hurried out. A servant entered, carrying a tray with 2 steaming bowls of oats and a trencher of sliced meats, and placed it on the side table. Another maid arrived, set a drying cloth and bar of soap next to the tub, while another lass crossed to her trunk and lifted the lid. With an armful of her clothing, she whooshed to the ambry and carefully hung each of the gowns in turn. The maid glanced at her.
"What do you wish to wear, my lady?"
"The silvery blue gown. Leave it on the bed if you could, please."
"Aye, I shall."
She did, then directed the lads as they returned with pails of steaming water. She added vanilla-scented oil and a sprinkle of dried petals, then done, closed the door behind her after the servants had filed out. "Come and eat." Xenia ambled across to the side table and sat. Most mornings she walked the short distance to Xenia's cottage, and they ate breakfast together. Such a special time, just the 2 of them, before the day began.
"This looks delicious."
She perched on the wooden-backed chair, lifted the small bowl of honey, and swirled it over top of hers and Xenia's hot oats. She slid a spoonful into her mouth. Delicious, and it tasted exactly like Dad made for her on those cold winter mornings when she'd been a child. Her chest throbbed, and she blinked furiously, suddenly fighting tears. Her loss hit when she least expected it, even after all these years. Cancer. It was a horrible disease, and it had struck Dad hard and fast.
"What's wrong?"
Xenia patted her hand, her brow furrowed.
"I miss him."
She rubbed her chest.
"Dad's been on my mind since I arrived. He loved coming here to Dunagan. He'd stride along the battlements and watch the boats sailing out on the loch. Since he forged weapons of old, he had a huge fascination with the armoury and its supply of arsenal. 'Tis good for you to remember him. When I spoke to James last night, I asked him if he'd take me home. I'm going to write Dad another letter and ensure this one is stowed somewhere safe at the lodge." She gestured toward her ambry. "He and I have a connecting door, which is rather handy."
"Oh, this I must see." She rose, crossed the room, and pushed the golden velvet and her newly hung gowns aside.
"Well, I see I shall have to step up in my duties as chaperone. James told me last night he intends to court Margaret MacLeod. He said he seeks peace and hopes an alliance formed with Rory's sister will strengthen the ties between their clans. Such an alliance would be a wise move on James's behalf."
She returned, sat and sipped her steaming tea.
"We kissed."
She arched a brow and set her tea down.
"You are full of surprises this morn. James isna the kind of man to kiss just any lass."
She selected a bacon slice from the trencher and chewed.
"Saving my father is my priority. Of course, Samuel Cunningham comes first. Why must so many marriages be made in order to strengthen clan ties? 'Tis the way of those of high standing. James is Donald MacDonald's nephew, and his chief has never fathered any sons. From what I've seen, James holds fast to his duty to his clan. I want more with James, but not at the detriment of making him give up his dream. Then there's also the issue that I'm not from this time, and I have a dream of my own. I know, my dear, your dream of returning to your father means the world to you. James would never stand in your way or ever deny you that."
Xenia finished her breakfast, then stood and knelt at the tub. She swirled her hand through the water.
"This is the perfect heat. Come, have your bath. I'm living in the past, yet no matter what I do, I can't bind myself to anyone here. There'd be too much pain when I left."
She shed her night rail and stepped into the bath. After sinking into the glorious water, she lazed her head on the rim and stroked the disc at her neck.
"'Tis been 4 years, and I believe you must live your life. One never knows how long we will have to walk this earth."
She knelt and lathered the soap.
"I'll wash your hair. Dip down."
She slid under the water, then emerged with a sigh. James is beyond honourable, which is rather frustrating. So was my Samuel. Xenia worked the suds through her hair. But I'm glad I managed to entice him to set that honourability aside, even if only for one night. You slept with Samuel? Aye, I did, and our joining was a beautiful thing, although Samuel and I had promised ourselves to each other, and we were to wed, something I must point out, of course. Xenia motioned for her to go down. The water cools, and it's time to rinse. She went down, then came back up. Xenia gently detangled her hair, separated it into sections, then ran the comb through it. I've spoken to Mattie, the healer here, and she's rather busy and lacking in supplies. I offered to do what I could to aid her, so I agreed to collect herbs for her afore the games begin this afternoon. Where do we collect them from? With an elbow on the edge of the tub, she faced her. She recommended the forest bordering Dunagan along the coastline to the north. There is a stream between it and a grassy meadow, although without a landward gate, our only choice is to sail there. It isna far. I could ask William to take us. Then I'd best hurry, since he'll need to return before the sword challenge event begins. He's determined to topple the reigning champion. She hopped out of the water and dried herself. Quickly she donned a shift, then picked up the silvery blue gown the maid had left and eased it over her head. The soft satin folds shimmered over her hips and swished to her ankles. There are few men who could topple Rory MacLeod. He's held the title of sword champion for the past 3 years. Allow me to lace the stays. Xenia did, then turned her by the shoulders and pinched her cheeks. Now you look all rosy. Let's be away. She slid her matching slippers on and followed Xenia out the door. They traipsed down the winding stairs and entered the great hall, abuzz with warriors attired in their clan plaids. The men sat at trestle tables stacked with platters of cooked meat, boiled eggs and bread. They feasted and ate their fill. Do you see William? Xenia collected 2 empty woven baskets from one of the side tables, looped one over her arm and passed the other to Ariana. No. She couldn't see any of her clansmen amongst the warriors. He must have left for training with our men.
Good morn, my ladies.
James descended the stairs, his hair curling damply onto his shoulders. He'd bathed and looked completely edible in black leather trews and a white tunic under a fur vest. He eyed her basket.
Where are you off to this morn?
To collect a fresh supply of herbs. Dunagan's healer requires more, and Xenia offered our aid.
Do you have an escort?
We were going to ask William, but it appears he and our kin have left for training. We'll find a MacLeod guardsman to take us.
Nay, I'll escort you to wherever you need to go. I'll be but one moment.
He strode across the great hall and spoke to one of his warriors. The other man nodded, and James nabbed a slice of bread from the trestle table, spread bacon rashers over it and a wedge of cheese, then munched as he returned to them.
All is well. Where to, Xenia?
To the north, in the opposite direction to Dunagan village. There's a stream that borders a forest and a lush meadow. 'Tis the perfect place to find all we will need. She clasped her bronze skirts and walked toward the door. Are you certain you have the time to take us, James? What of your training?
Training can wait, my imp.
He tweaked her nose.
Your need of an escort is far greater.
He extended an arm to her.
Allow me to offer my services. I will not have just any guard watching over you.
Then thank you. She slid her fingers through his crooked elbow, and a buzz of awareness tingled her fingers and toes. She stroked his skin and curled her fingers around his arm. I'll never say no to more time in your company.
Neither shall I with you.
He guided her outside and across the sun-drenched inner courtyard as Xenia led the way. Under the tunnel's arch they strolled, and down the winding stony seagate path. A seagull squawked as it flew overhead, then dove into the rippling waves of the bay. It emerged with a fish and sprayed water as it heaved its wings and flew back into the air. "I've missed living by the sea. I hate the thought of leaving Skye at the end of the week."
"I would suffer greatly if I were forced to ever leave the Isles. Those born here live and breathe the sea."
He covered her hand with his.
"I recently purchased a parcel of land that borders Dunscaith Castle along the coast. 'Tis bare of a residence, but once I have enough coin, I intend to build a castle. I shall make it my home."
"I'd love to see your land."
"I will show you one day. There's a private beach, one I discovered quite by chance while exploring the cliffs."
They joined Xenia where she'd halted on the landing ahead. Xenia hopped into his skiff, nestled between two bobbing burlins, then sat on the wooden bench at the bow and set her basket under the seat. James boarded, reached back for her and swung her in beside him. Excitement bubbled through her as she settled at the rear near the rudder. "All to oars," she called, then giggled. "I've always wanted to say that."
"You wish to captain my vessel?"
James chuckled as he released the rope from the mooring, bundled and slipped it under the centre seat, then with the oars in hand, rowed clear of the surrounding boats. "Absolutely! Raise the sail!" The wind rose and he tucked the oars away, gripped the ropes and with a grin, did as she'd bid.
"Hold tight. The waves are choppy and it appears we're going to hit rough winds as we head around the tip into the open sea."
"Hold on to what?" she yelled over the sudden thrashing of the waves. "The seat!" Xenia called as she clasped hers. The wind filled the sail with a hearty slap, and the skiff shot off like an arrow. She squawked as the boat rose half out of the water, on hers and James's side. She toppled into him.
"I've got you."
He hauled her against his chest with one arm, then planted his feet wide on the edge, and leaned back farther to maintain the boat's balance.
"Stay there, Xenia, where you're safe."
"This is wonderful!" Xenia beamed. "I've never sailed like this before." Ariana wrapped her arms around his waist and clung as the wind sent their skiff flying across the water.
"The crosswinds can be tricky along this coast. They'll ease once we clear the point."
He dropped a kiss on the top of her head.
"Are you all right?"
"I am now." She relaxed and let go, knowing he'd hold her. If she wished, she could almost reach out and touch the white-capped waves with her hand. "I'll keep a lookout for the stream," Xenia hollered as she eyed the shoreline.
"Aye, alert me to the spot where we are to make landfall."
The wind whipped through James's shoulder-length auburn hair, giving it a rakish look she completely adored. As he held the ropes, his biceps bulged and his every muscle strained to control the wind power he'd harnessed in the skiff's tight sail. A warrior of great strength. She stroked his broad shoulders and arms. "I wish I could sail with you more often." Plastered against the hard planes of his body, she smiled and lifted her face to the sky. "This is the way to live life, enjoying all Skye has to offer."
"You look so happy."
"I always am when I'm with you." She snuggled her cheek against his warm chest, although all too soon they rounded the tip and the wind eased. Waves splashed over the bow as the skiff settled down, and James held the ropes and her as he jumped from the edge into the hull. She scampered to her seat and patted her racing heart as she sat. James tied the ropes off to hold the sail in place, then dropped in beside her. With the rudder in hand, he guided them alongside the coastline.
"Have you ever travelled to the north of Skye?"
"Yes, all the way to Trottenish at the tip. Dad and I lived to the south of Dunagan, further along the inland channel of the loch. There are a number of Cunninghams with homes overlooking the sea, and our stone lodge was amongst them along the cliffs."
"He crafted weapons, did he no?"
"Yes, swords and shields and chain mail and helms. He sold all he made for auction on the internet. His pieces fetched good money."
"What is the internet? I've no heard you speak of that afore."
"It's hard to describe, but I'll try." Where did she even begin?
I want you to imagine a spider's web, all those intricate silken lines crossing at just the right point to create a net. Now take that net and widen it so it covers the entire world.
So all the people on Earth would be captured within it?
Exactly. The net is the internet, or what is called the World Wide Web. Anyone can hook into it. You just need a device that can speak to all the other devices everyone holds. Information can be shared along the silken lines, or even through the air surrounding that web. With the entire world connected in such a way, Dad listed the pieces he created on this web, and those interested in purchasing would place a bid.
Anyone in the world could see what he wished to sell because of a spider's web?
Yes.
She laughed and he chuckled.
You have a vivid imagination, Ariana. One cannot see another without being near them.
In the future, one can even talk to someone else around the other side of the world on the tiniest of devices. You believe I travelled through time, yet you can't imagine the internet exists.
I believe all you say, but that still does not mean I find it difficult to imagine.
He cupped her cheek and stroked his thumb back and forth.
I enjoy hearing you speak of the future and your father. Your love for him is clear to see.
I can't lose him.
She turned her head into his touch and kissed his palm.
I can't wait to write him another letter and see it delivered to my home.
Soon.
He wrapped an arm around her shoulders and tucked her closer against his side.
You have my word I'll take you.
The wind whipped her hair in a frenzy, and overhead sent white wispy clouds streaming across the vivid blue sky. Along this expanse of rugged coastline, the forest drew right up to the water's edge.
"There's the stream,"
Xenia said from the bow. A trickling stream lay between the forest and a craggy hill topped with lush green grass.
"I've never been to this exact spot. Have you, Ariana?" "No. It's kind of off the beaten track in the future, unless one's sailing along these waters. Dad and I usually drove along the roads."
James adjusted the rudder and sent them cruising toward the edge of Rory's land. He lowered the sail and guided their boat into shore. As the skiff scraped the sand, he bounded out and roped the boat to a boulder. The waves rolled in and splashed his knees.
Come, Ariana, I'll carry you. Only one of us needs to get wet.
She nabbed her basket, climbed onto the seat, then jumped into his arms. He caught her with a chuckle.
You're clearly eager to be back on dry land.
"I love exploring new places."
We have an hour, mayhap 2 before we need to leave. The sword challenge event begins after the midday meal.
He set her down on the beach, then reached back for Xenia, caught her up and set her on her feet on the pebbly sand. Xenia adjusted her basket over her arm and eyed Ariana.
"I'll search the woods on the other side of the stream while you take this side. Collect what you can. Plenty of lavender if you find it, my dear."
She glanced at James. "Stay with Ariana.
I'll be fine on my own."
I shall, provided you dinna wander too far.
James lent Xenia a steadying hand as he aided her across the shallow stream.
"Of course. I'll call out should I have need."
She waved, then disappeared into the trees.
Are you ready?
He returned to her.
"Yes, we'll head to the top of the hill first."
She wandered along the grassy trail winding upward, James keeping pace beside her.
I told Xenia about our connecting door this morning, and about your intention to court Margaret."
I see.
"She said so many marriages these days are made in order to strengthen clan ties, that you're Donald MacDonald's nephew, and your chief has never fathered any sons."
She stopped at the top of the rise next to a wildflower patch, set her basket down, and plucked what she needed.
"I also told her we kissed."
And what did she say?
"That you aren't the kind of man to kiss just any lass."
She's correct.
He moved in behind her, providing solid warmth at her back.
What else did she say?
She understands that I can't bind myself to anyone here in this time, although she said I should still live my life. When Xenia lived here, she was betrothed to a warrior named Samuel Cunningham, a man she loved dearly. I learnt this morning they even spent one night together before he left for war, a war he never returned from. She pressed her palm against his chest. I can't help but think that at least they'd had that one night together.
What are you saying?
That I wouldn't mind having the same, one night with you before it's no longer possible. She'd experienced his kisses, and she couldn't deny she wanted more, to steal a little happiness just for herself.
One night with you would never be enough for me.
He slid his arm around her waist, turned her and drew her against him, his chest to her back. Over her shoulder, he pointed ahead.
Look, Dunagan is visible from here.
The castle guarded the mouth of Loch Dunagan, and the waters before it shimmered a brilliant blue-green. Beyond, the Cuillin Mountains rose majestically. It's stunning, and you're trying to divert my attention.
Aye, because I want you, Ariana.
James swept her long hair to one side, dipped his head, and nuzzled her nape. As I want you. She stretched against him, and such peace settled in her soul. I love being in your arms. It feels like home. He nipped her skin, then stepped back.
You are making it hard for me to walk away.
I'm sorry, but we've always been honest with each other. She turned and cupped his cheek. Will you think on my offer?
We're supposed to be collecting herbs.
Well, that wasn't a direct no. Although she wouldn't press him any more, but give him some time to consider her request. We should continue on. Xenia will wonder what we've been doing if we return with nothing to show for all our time out here. She picked up her basket, looped it over her arm, and continued along the trail, collecting what she needed. Once done, she made her way back to the beach. Xenia stood near the skiff, sifting through her overflowing basket of herbs. She grinned as she glanced at them. Oh, lovely! Your basket brims with goodies. I have plenty of lavender. Xenia used it for headaches, toothaches, sprains, sores, and so much more. Look what else I found in my search. Xenia held a cream fan-shaped shell for her to see, one with a pure white centre in the shape of a heart. It reminds me of one my mother and I once found. I'm going to keep this one. I love collecting shells. At the cove near my home, Dad and I used to collect shells for my mother, then lay the prettiest one inside her memorial stone. That was our special place for her, since we didn't have a grave.
We'll collect one on the morrow, if you like.
James aided her aboard, then Xenia.
On our way to your father's home.
We're going tomorrow?
'Twill be the best time to do so. The foot races are being held then, and that's an event I can easily miss.
He boarded, nabbed the oars, and sat on the centre bench seat. He rowed until the breeze once again picked up, then raised the sail, secured the ropes, and dropped in beside her at the stern. Thank you. I can't wait. She smiled the entire way home as they made the return trip. Tomorrow couldn't come soon enough. After James moored his skiff, he led them up the trail and into the keep. He dipped his head toward her.
I'll see you at the sword challenge event.
You've got it, and be careful. No getting hurt. She lifted onto her toes and kissed his cheek. Thank you for taking us out this morning. It was wonderful.
You're welcome.
Let's take these herbs to Matty. Xenia walked into the side room off the great hall where the castle's healer worked, and Ariana followed her. Xenia laid her herbs on the side table, tied some into bunches, and hung them on a wire strung near the fireplace. Ariana sorted through her haul and handed Xenia the bunches of plantain herb she'd collected. Xenia plucked the leaves from the stem, and along with a stone mortar and pestle, mashed and ground the herb into a green paste, a concoction she used for cleansing wounds and preventing infection. Ariana folded the clean cloths the maids had left and set them in a pile underneath the narrow window. Outside in the inner courtyard, the competing warriors, outfitted in their battle leathers, had gathered, while many more watched from the sidelines.
"The games are about to begin. I've done all I need for now. We can go and watch."
Xenia crossed to Matty.
"If you have need of us, call out." "Aye, I shall."
The elderly woman with a brown apron tied at her ample waist set a cauldron of water to boil on the fire and wiped her brow.
"Enjoy yourselves." "We will."
Ariana hurried outside and edged through the chanting men. A tall, burly warrior stomped to the centre of the yard in thick fur boots and a gong in hand. He swung his hammer against the metal and bellowed over the clanging.
"Hear ye! I hereby request the first 2 competitors to come forward. Round 1 will be Clan MacDonald of Dunscaith against Clan Cunningham of Glen Cairn. Your clan's strongest warrior shall fight."
James eyed William across the field of play. William stepped forward, and she held her breath as James did the same. Oh no! This was not the pairing she wished to see. Chapter 3. Fidgeting from foot to foot, Ariana wrung her hands together. The last 2 men she wished to see come up against each other were James and William, and certainly not in this event. William strode toward the centre of the inner courtyard, his tan-padded coat fastened over a white shirt and his belted plaid. His gaze clashed with James's, a fierce and fiery look that spoke of intended retribution. From the sheath across his back, James slid his claymore free. He'd changed his vest and now wore a war coat over his black leather pants. He tipped his chin up and stared William down.
"I look forward to our match. May the best warrior win." "That shall be me."
Teeth gritted, William withdrew his sword and circled James.
"Strong words, William."
James softened his footing in preparation to attack.
"You seem so certain."
"When you're ready, then begin,"
the overseer bellowed.
"To the first who yields goes defeat."
William struck, and James blocked. Their weapons clashed dead centre, steel slamming hard against steel, the clang reverberating throughout the yard.
"I'm always ready. What of you, MacDonald?"
"Aye, always.
Ensure you dinna hold back on my account."
William came at James, landing several solid blows one after the other, then twirled and attacked on James's other side, each hit stronger than the last.
"You show great strength."
James was forced back with each strike.
"And I intend to show far more. You favour your right."
"I favour neither side."
James switched sword hands and fought. He gained back the ground he'd lost, sweat gleaming on his brow as he met each of William's blows.
"What of you?"
"I favour a win, however that may be achieved."
William snorted.
"Be prepared for defeat."
Battle lust rode them both hard, the itch to kill clear to see in the power behind each of their strikes. She teetered on her toes, hands clenched together. William swung his claymore down on James's blade, time and time again, and James defended, then struck himself. So evenly matched in power, height, and skill. All around, the crowd cheered for one warrior or the other, and she wanted to drown their booming demands out. So bloodthirsty. James slammed his blade into William's side, slicing through his coton. Winded, William grunted. He grasped his side, though no blood seeped through.
"William!"
She rushed forward.
"Arianna, nay!"
Xenia clutched her hand and tugged her back.
"You canna distract either of them right now. They're going to kill each other. William will never allow a hit like that to go unpunished."
James shot a look at her.
"Dinna come any closer."
"Be careful!"
She hauled one arm free of Xenia.
"Behind!
William's sword blow knocked James onto his back, then William swung again. James grappled to meet the attack, their blades crashing a mere inch from his nose. His arm shook as William's blade drew closer toward his neck. One breath would see cold steel slicing into his throat.
"I returned from training to discover you and Ariana had enjoyed a wee sail this morn. I believe I made my wishes well and truly clear last eve. Yet to leave her be. And I made my position clear as well."
James's biceps bulged as he thrust and gained a second inch.
"She is mine to protect."
He kicked William's shin, then rolled as William's blade crashed down and nearly nicked his ear.
"James, if you get one scratch on you, I'm going to be very angry."
She'd had enough of this challenge.
"Aye, I'll take care, my imp."
He shot to his feet, barely ducking William's next blow.
"Cunningham, only the lowest of the low would use an innocent woman to gain ground in a fight. You are too easily distracted."
He laughed.
"No any more."
James slammed his blade home, and William stumbled to one knee. Swiftly, he slid his claymore tight against William's throat.
"Concede your defeat, or I draw first blood." "I concede not." "Then 'twill be done."
He pressed until blood oozed, and the overseer bellowed the match win in James's favour. The MacDonald warriors rushed forward and lifted James high, their fists pumping into the air. She raced to William's side, but he shook his head, wiped the smear of blood clear, and sheathed his sword. Hatred burned in his eyes as he glared at James. William intended his revenge, and James would need to remain alert.
"Come, it may be better if we watch from inside."
Xenia drew her away.
"I can't leave now. I need to warn James. James is well aware of William's intentions. The two have been fighting for years."
She ushered her through the great hall and into the healer's side room.
"Good. You've both returned in time to aid me. Wonderful."
Mattie lifted a lad of 5 or 6 onto the corner chair near the fireplace, and on her knees before him rolled his dusty brown breeches up and propped his leg on a short 3-legged stool. Blood dripped from a nasty cut running down the boy's calf muscle.
"We'll wash our hands and be right with you."
Xenia poured water into the basin and with a bar of soap scrubbed her hands clean. Ariana did the same, then with another water basin dipped a clean cloth and crouched next to the boy. She removed all sign of dirt, blood and grime from around the wound.
"All will be well soon, Robert."
Mattie inspected the cleaned wound.
"It isna too deep, and Xenia made a special green paste earlier, which will cleanse and heal you." "It hurts."
The lad with a mop of dark curls sniffed and tried to hold back his tears.
"Not for long."
Xenia collected the pot of plantain paste she'd made, and she and Mattie carefully smeared it along the length of the cut.
"I believe this wound will heal by itself without any stitches. Binding it should be enough. What do you think, Mattie?"
Xenia asked her.
"Aye, we'll bind it well."
She arched a brow at Robert.
"You must also take great care. Ye're no allowed to get this wound wet." "Aye, I'll be careful."
A fat tear trickled down his dirt-smeared cheek.
"I'm sure you will."
Xenia took a strip of clean cloth from the table and wrapped it firmly around the boy's leg, then pinned the cloth in place.
"Should you feel worse, even a smidgen, I want you to return, no matter the hour." "I will."
His big green eyes widened.
"The chief said you healed him when he was a lad and broke his arm and leg."
"I did, and he followed my instructions, and all was well within no time at all. That's what I want you to do. I'll take you back to your mother, Robert." Mattie helped him to his feet, then led him from the room. Ariana tipped the dirty water out the window as the crowd applauded a MacIan warrior who'd won the next sword challenge against a MacDougall, his clansmen clapping his back with their congratulations.
"Xenia, whenever James and William cross paths, war breaks out between them. There must be something I can do to bridge the gap and instill some peace. Those two men are both so strong-willed and fight for what they believe is right." She corked the pot of plantain paste and set it back on the table.
"Well said, Xenia."
James strode into the room and planted himself in front of Ariana. He crossed his arms.
"Never will you enter the field of play again. I'm well aware of when William attempts to distract me."
He glanced over his shoulder at Xenia.
"If you dinna mind, I wish to speak to Ariana in private."
"Of course, but listen well to what she says. She holds only concern in her heart for both you and William."
She bustled out, bronze skirts in hand, then shut the door behind her. The antechamber's walls closed in, the space far smaller now James loomed over her. His gaze narrowed.
"My heart near burst from my chest when you attempted to enter the battle."
"My heart did when William tried to take your head off."
She skimmed his forearms, then dipped her fingers into the gap where they crossed.
"He'd do so in a heartbeat if he could. I never want to witness such a fight between you both again."
"Men fight. 'Tis the way of the world."
"Not the way you two just did. William hates you, and now more so than ever before."
"He may hate me, but he'll also be less arrogant the next time we cross paths."
"How can you be so sure?"
"Because if our positions had been reversed, I would have learnt my lesson well from the match that just played out. A worthy warrior never underestimates his opponent."
He stroked a finger under her chin as he looked deep into her eyes.
"As I shall learn not to underestimate you."
James stepped Ariana back until she came up against the wall, then pressed his hands on the cool stone either side of her head.
"After that match, one thing has now become abundantly clear."
"And that is?"
"Even in the midst of a battle, you wouldna hesitate to come to my defence, just as I would never hesitate to come to yours. You asked for one night afore it's no longer possible, and this is my answer. I wish to court you."
"What?"
"I realise your desire is to return to your father, and not be held to this time by any other."
He touched his nose to hers.
"I've been a fool to think I can set you aside and court another woman. I'd rather have whatever time we're granted together than none at all."
"You have a dream to unite the clans and bring about some peace. I'm not closely enough aligned to Rory for that to happen."
"Your close ties to the Cunninghams will aid me in bringing about a little of that peace I seek. Regardless, I canna keep denying what lies between us."
"You need a wife who'll consider your interests first, not those of another. I'd return to my father in a heartbeat if I could."
"If that so happened, then your leaving would be for the right reason, one I couldna dispute."
He lowered his head to the curve of her neck and brushed his lips over her skin.
"Ariana, I will never be complete without you."
"I'll never be complete without you either, but—"
"I'm glad you agree."
He settled his mouth over her pulse and sucked, hard. Her knees wobbled.
"You're not fighting fair."
He released her skin, nibbled across her neck to the other side, and sucked again.
"Say aye, and give me your agreement to a courtship. I want everyone to know you're mine, including William."
She sank her hands into his hair and, sighing, arched her body into his.
"I need some time to think about this."
"Then you have until tonight."
He wouldn't wait any longer. He trailed his lips lower, down her neck and along the low-cut neckline of her gown. She was so responsive.
"May I touch you?"
"You already are."
She latched onto his shoulders.
"Nay, I've barely begun to touch you. I need to kiss you, and it canna wait any longer."
He covered her mouth with his and kissed her until the taste of her swarmed his senses.
"Oh, that feels wonderful. Don't stop."
Heat surged into his loins, and he kissed her deeper. He plunged his tongue inside her mouth and drank in her sweet nectar. 'Twas a losing battle to keep his passion in check, now she'd unleashed his desire for her, and even more so when she entwined her tongue with his and drove him beyond his endurance in a delicious dance. More. He wanted more, and not just to have his hand against her.
"James,"
she moaned, her fingers biting into his shoulders.
"I love how you touch me."
"I love it more."
"Arianna, James."
A knock sounded on the door. Xenia's voice penetrated the fog in his head. He pulled back and fought for a breath.
"I'm sure I said don't stop."
Ariana clutched his cheeks, her eyes hazed with passion.
"I want more."
"Xenia's at the door."
"What?"
She gasped and yanked her gown up.
I didn't hear her."
"I'll go. There are 4 further rounds afore the final sword challenge, events I dinna wish to miss. We'll talk this eve, in your chamber."
He dropped a quick kiss on her lips.
"I intend to sway you to my way of thinking then."
A fire now raged within him, one Ariana had stirred to blazing life. Aye, he'd accept no other. Not now. Not ever. As the sun hovered on the horizon, Ariana stood amidst the crowd. James had won each of his subsequent 4 rounds, and now took his position as one of the 2 warriors competing in the final. The other man was the reigning champion, Rory MacLeod, and he stood in wait, his claymore snug in his hand as he twirled it in a wide figure 8. Across the courtyard, James hauled his damp warcoat off and donned a fresh steel-studded black coton. Ariana dragged in a deep breath and tried to still her racing heartbeat.
"Are you all right?"
Xenia rubbed her arm.
"It's just as well I've never had to watch him head into battle before now. I can barely stand to see him fighting like this, and these are only the games. He's represented his clan well. Whether he wins this final round or no, he's gained the respect of many of the warriors here."
James turned his gaze on her, and the look of scorching need in his eyes burned into her. He'd now stamped his claim on her, and she desperately wanted to bend to his will, to say yes to a courtship and anything he asked. Touching him, being with him, it was what she wanted, no matter how much time remained for her in the past.
"Take your places,"
the overseer boomed as the last lantern was lit on the curtain wall to ward off the impending dark.
"The final sword challenge begins."
The crowd cheered. Goodness, she was never going to survive this final round. The overseer's gong rang, and James thrust his sword high and blocked MacLeod's fierce blow.
"I see you dinna intend to waste a moment of this challenge, Rory. 'Tis been too long since I last battled a MacDonald."
Rory came at him, slashing again and again, in a clear attempt to take him down as quick as he could.
"The hour also grows late, and my belly rumbles for the celebratory feast that awaits. I dinna intend to make this match an easy one."
He sprang forward and fought. 'Twas time for Clan MacDonald to take the sought-after-sword championship title this year, and with Ariana watching, he had no greater incentive than to fight for her, to ensure she knew he would be able to protect her, no matter who his adversary was. He wanted a future with her, and only her, and he damn well wished he'd seen that far sooner. From the sidelines, MacLeod warriors cheered their chief on, and Rory's gaze glinted with determination as he slammed his blade into James's, one hard strike after the other. James grunted and fell back a step.
"It looks like I'll need to be quicker on my feet around you." "You're welcome to try."
Rory twirled his blade and circled him, then advanced and forced James back even further. His strategic blows, with one coming to one side and then the other, were worked in an attempt to weaken him. Enough. He needed to attack rather than defend. He rocked on his heels, blocked Rory's next fierce blow, then dropped low and rolled clear of his adversary and the circle of Rory's warriors pressing heavily in on his back. Now with his own men behind him, their cheers ringing loud in his ears, he met Rory's next strike with the same intensity as the reigning champion heaved on him.
"James!"
Ariana shouted as she ran across the clearing, her golden tresses streaming behind her.
"Not a scratch. Do you hear me?"
Stay back.
He glared at Artair.
Keep her beside you.
Rory struck his ribs, and pain ricocheted and rattled his teeth from the brutal blow. Ariana screamed as Rory swung again. He barely caught the next strike, and arms shaking, shoved his two-handed sword hard against Rory's and sprang forward and fought. As Rory pulled his sword back, James slammed his blade into Rory's arm and sliced through his padded coat. Rory gritted his teeth as blood seeped through and stained the thick rawhide.
Damn it,
he spat.
James MacDonald has drawn first blood,
the overseer bellowed, and swung his hammer into the gong. A piercing clang ricocheted through the courtyard. James's men bounded from the crowd and lifted him high into the air. Ariana ran to him, and he jumped from his high perch and caught her in his arms.
"You did it!"
She clasped his face and beamed.
"My champion!"
"Aye," he rasped, his heartbeat a raging mess.
"I canna believe it. 'Twas a lucky strike."
The crowd surged, and he was pulled away and swept back onto his warrior's shoulders. Euphoria overflowed him, and he punched his fist into the air as Rory dipped his head in acknowledgement toward him. James nodded and called out to one and all.
"My thanks to Rory MacLeod for a hard and fast fight. May we never meet on the battlefield, but only over ale and fine food." "To ale and fine food."
Rory raised his sword. Even in defeat, the MacLeod chief showed great honour.
"Let's celebrate MacDonald's win with the feast that awaits."
Chapter 4. Warriors surged into the great hall from the inner courtyard, and Ariana moved with the flow. At the dais, Rory called all to order, and as the hall went quiet, he beckoned James forward, clapped him on the back and said,
"A worthy win to James MacDonald. It caught me quite unaware."
Applause reverberated, and Margaret leaned closer to Ariana, her gown's forest green skirts brushing hers.
"Rory was concerned about only one other competitor going into the Sword Challenge event, and that was James."
Margaret nodded.
"Now I see why. James never gave up the fight, even when it appeared Rory had the advantage."
She squeezed Margaret's hands.
"Your brother is an honourable chief and warrior." "Aye, and I thank you for saying so."
Clear admiration bloomed on her face.
"I must tell him how well he fought. Excuse me."
She hurried toward Rory and hugged him. So many emotions rolled through Ariana, elation for James's win, and worry that it all could have gone so differently. Overwhelmed, she swayed and grasped the chair before her.
"Ariana, are you all right?"
Xenia caught her arm and pressed the back of her hand against her forehead and cheeks.
"You're rather clammy."
"I just need a moment to breathe."
"Come, I'll take you to your chamber."
Xenia steered her upstairs and into her room. She pulled out the seat from in front of the desk and sat her in it.
"I'll prepare an herbed drink and bring you a tray. You have no eaten since this morn. It'll help to restore you."
"Yes, please. I'd like that."
"Is all well?"
James strode in.
"I saw you leave with Ariana."
"She simply needs some nourishment and a moment to rest."
Xenia bustled toward him and smiled.
"My congratulations. You fought so very well."
"Thank you."
"Look after Ariana for me."
She squeezed his shoulder.
I willna be long.
Of course.
He closed the door after she left and crossed to her, his gaze worried.
What's wrong, imp?
I'm so sorry. I lost my wind for a moment. You don't have to stay, not with the festivities underway. Go and celebrate your win.
If you have need of me, then I'll remain right here.
A cold wind blew through the window, and James closed it.
Let me rid this chamber of its chill.
He removed his coton and tossed it onto the corner gold and silver striped padded chair. He knelt at the hearth, his white shirt stretched taut over his broad shoulders as he bent to the task. Quickly and precisely, he pulled stringy bark off a log, struck flint with his dirk, and coaxed the sparks to life, then built the fire into a crackling blaze with twigs and wood from the basket. Over his shoulder, he glanced at her.
You're looking less pale already.
The room is warming up nicely, and having you here without a sword in your hand and watching someone trying to slice you into bits helps.
I see.
He grinned.
You like to fight too much.
She tutted under her breath.
And you like to argue too much.
A rap sounded, and Xenia bustled in and placed a tray of hot food and a steaming cup of her promised herbal tea on the desk before her.
I'm afraid I canna stay. Matty needs aid tending one of the warriors who suffered an injury in the sword challenges. His wound is deeper than he first believed.
Go. I'll remain with Ariana.
James poured water from the jug into the basin.
Thank you, James. There's plenty enough food on this tray for both of you.
Xenia kissed her cheek.
If you have need of me, send a maid with a message, and I'll return immediately.
Thank you.
Now eat.
She pointed at the tray.
Yes, mother. Cheeky lass.
Xenia tweaked her nose, then left. James closed the door and bolted it behind her. He loosened his tunic's laces, drew his shirt over his head, and dipped a cloth in the basin of water and wiped his arms and chest. His golden skin gleamed in the firelight.
I'm not sure it's a good idea for you to wander about my chamber shirtless.
You're supposed to be eating.
I can't eat when you're parading around half naked.
She picked up her fork, stabbed a slice of beef and waved it at him.
All those muscles of yours are completely distracting.
I need to stay.
He leaned closer, hands either side of the arms of her chair, as he bit the meat from the end of her fork and chewed.
'Tis delicious. You should try some.
That was my piece.
Then allow me to feed you.
He snuck her fork from her hand, chose a piece of salmon from the tray, and slipped the morsel between her lips. The delectable flavour of the fresh fish melted in her mouth.
Do you remember that time I first took you fishing?
He fed her another piece.
I'll never forget. You taught me how to bait a hook, toss a line and make a grand catch, and all while I had only the use of one arm.
They'd spent so much time together at the stream near Xenia's cottage. He'd had to carry her about until her broken bones had mended.
Aye, you hopped up and down on one foot and squealed with delight when you made your first catch. Your excitement brought back such sweet memories from the time I'd first fished with my father. There is naught more exciting than catching one's first fish.
After she'd hauled her catch in, he'd skinned and boned it, then threaded it onto a sturdy stick and cooked it over an open fire. They'd sat there for hours, talking until the moon had risen and the hour grown late.
What are you thinking?
He stabbed a cube of roasted carrot with the fork and popped it in her mouth before eating some himself.
You surprised me that day. You were so relaxed and content to do nothing more than entertain a young girl when you had far more important things to do. You delayed seeing to your chief's request because of me.
'Twas important I stayed, and glad I am that I did. You needed the aid. Which reminds me.
He set the fork down, foraged in the drawer, then pulled out a piece of paper, a quill, and ink.
You should write your father's letter now. I'd like to leave first thing in the morn for your home.
Thank you. She dipped the quill into the ink, then wrote her letter. She penned precise instructions so Dad would know exactly what illness was coming. He'd been only a few months too late in getting his cancer diagnosed. He needed to seek medical treatment with plenty of time to spare. He had to live. For her. As she'd done with all the letters she'd written him in the past, she told him of her trip through time and gave him as much information as she could about all that had happened since she'd arrived. So, too, she wrote about some of the precious things they'd done together over the years, those special occasions they'd marked, so when he read her letter, he'd know it had come from her. Lastly, she asked him not to speak to her about her trip through time, for fear it'd change her first jump and her ability to aid him. Once done, she signed her name and blew on the ink until it dried, folded it in 3, and sealed it with red wax and the MacLeod stamp from the drawer.
All done.
James sat next to her after adding another log to the fire and nudged her herbed tea toward her. Yes, I've covered everything, just as I've done with my past letters. Surely one of them will reach him. She sipped her drink. Can you keep this safe for me until we arrive at the lodge?
Of course.
He pocketed the letter, his blue gaze so hungry and needy as he seized the sides of her chair and scraped her around so she faced him again.
Now we need to talk.
Put on a shirt and we will.
I think no.
He caught her around the waist and set her astride him on his lap, her silvery blue skirts bunched between them. Looking deep into her eyes, he murmured,
You asked for a night with me, and I intend to give you one filled with pleasure, and following that, a lifetime of nights all exactly the same. First, though, I need to hear your agreement.
He stroked along her outer thighs, and as he did, he slid her hem higher and exposed her legs.
Say aye to a courtship.
I can't think straight when you touch me like that.
That would be my preference.
He kissed her, his lips moving over hers with heat and thorough attention.
'Tis past time for us to deepen our bond, for me to show you exactly what you mean to me.
You make it impossible for a girl to say no. She spread her palms over his wide chest. His deliciously smooth skin held a smattering of hair, the same glorious shade as his auburn head. His muscles rippled as she touched him, so strong and unyielding. All warrior, all man, all hers.
More than fate brought us together that day you first arrived through time. I was not only travelling to Edinburgh, but also to you.
He dipped a finger down her neck and along her gown's square-cut neckline.
I need to undress you.
Yes, please. She couldn't halt her need or what would come to pass between them this night.
Perfect.
He rose to his feet and set her on hers, then hands on her shoulders, gently turned her around and unlaced her gown. He smoothed the satin down over her sark until it fell in a swish to her ankles. Then, scooping her into his arms, he carried her to the bed and laid her on the soft brown fur covering.
I need you, Ariana. More than my next breath,
he whispered in her ear, a vow he'd proved to her was true. Chapter 5. Early morning sunshine streamed through the wooden shutters over Ariana's narrow window and woke her far sooner than she wished. She wriggled, her lower body trapped by James's muscled leg, where he lay half over top of her, his arm curled around her waist. She smiled. He slept so soundly that not even her movement had awoken him. A beam of sunlight trickled over the glistening ends of his fiery shoulder-length locks and across his high cheeks. His broad shoulders, so wide and thick with muscle, enticed her, and she couldn't help but touch. She caressed his golden skin and smoothed down over his rigid biceps. All hers. She kissed his shoulder, then nibbled along his neck and nipped his bottom lip. His breathing stopped, held as if he awaited her next move. The words embedded deep in her heart slipped free. "I love you, James." His long black lashes lifted, and his eyes, the blue so smoulderingly hot, melted her inside.
"Say that again," he demanded.
"I love you." She planted her hands on his shoulders, pushed him onto his back, then rolled on top of him. She crossed her arms over his chest, her blonde locks falling in a silken curtain either side of his body. "And only you."
"I have more love for you in my heart than I can ever contain within it."
He sank one hand into her hair, palmed the back of her head, and drew her mouth to his. He kissed her, a slow and leisurely exploration that made her feel every inch of that love.
"I desire none other than you, Ariana. I wish to care and provide for you throughout all of our days."
"I wish I could wake up next to you every single morning." She laid a finger over his mouth. "We need to talk, to come to an agreement."
"I would never ask you to choose between your father and me."
He rolled to his side and settled her on her back. Gently, he skimmed his hand down her body and stroked her belly.
"But neither will I ever suffer a separation from you."
"I don't wish to suffer a separation from you either." She cupped his face, lifted up the scant inch separating them, and kissed him. He was the man she longed to spend the rest of her life with. Only how could she have it all?
"Ariana!"
A knock sounded. William. She let out a loud sigh. "I swear he has the worst timing."
"I'll leave so you may speak to him."
He swung his legs out of the bed, drew his pants and shirt on, then swiped his coat on from over top of the chair. He planted one fast kiss on her lips.
"I shall see you down on the landing. I'll ready the skiff and ensure I have all the provisions we need. We sail for your father's home the moment you're ready."
"Thank you." James whisked behind the Ambry's golden curtain and disappeared. She couldn't wait to see the lodge in its original form and to talk to one of her father's direct ancestors. Not that James would allow her to speak of her circumstances, but she'd do whatever she could to ensure her letter reached her father. There must be some place there she could safely stow it, where her father would find it. He'd restored parts of the lodge when she'd been a child, and he knew every inch of it, but she needed to find a place that meant something special just to them. Perhaps her mother's memorial stone. It sat right on the edge of the bluff in front of their home. The sacred stone held a cavity within, one well protected from the elements with a strong casing over top. It was where they placed her mother's shells.
"Ariana, are you there?"
Another knock. "Just a minute, William." She bounded out of bed, rummaged in her trunk for a night rail, and tugged it on. After snatching the fur cover from the bed, she wrapped it around her, then opened the door. "Good morning." William leaned against the doorway in tan pants and a black tunic, his Cunningham plaid draped over one shoulder.
"'Tis unlike you to rise so late. Father and our warriors have already broken their fast and prepare to leave. I'm on my way to the sea gate. We sail for the field of play just beyond the village. We can wait if you wish to travel with us."
"Has Rory MacLeod left?"
"Nay, nor yet."
"Then you go right on ahead, and Xenia and I can catch a ride with him." She kissed his cheek. "I wouldn't want you to miss the foot races because I slept in."
"Aye, this is one event I shall win. I'll see you at the field."
He slid one thumb through his belt hook and sauntered down the hallway.
"Load the burlen with enough provisions for all. We've competing warriors and guests to feed."
Rory's booming voice filtered through the closed window, ringing with authority from the lower courtyard. She closed the door, tossed her fur cover onto the bed, then hopped across the cold polished planks and crawled onto the wooden trunk's engraved lid. She flipped her night rail's hem over her dangling feet to keep them warm, then opened the shutters. Outside, the morning sun's golden rays bathed the treetops and the green hills rising in the distance. The isles were stunning, with their glistening lochs and bens and moors. Along the water's edge, the ocean's waves crashed into shore, and seagulls squawked and took flight. Near the curtain wall, 2 maids in pale blue kirtles knelt at the edge of the green garden and pulled weeds. Children played nearby, chasing each other across the grass and around the ivy-covered well. Barefoot and flush-faced, their giggles floated toward her. In her younger years, she'd run around those very gardens too, skipping and laughing. Dad had watched on, his smile wide. He'd always said her mother's MacLeod blood in her was strong, that here she belonged.
"We're almost done, lads. Bring the loaves of bread from the cook's kitchen and store them in the burlin where they willna get wet."
Dressed in a loose white tunic and boots, his great plaid secured around his hips and pinned at his chest, Rory strode toward the arched stone tunnel leading down to the Seagate entrance. 2 lanky lads dashed out from the side entrance, bread loaves stuffed within their arms. Both boys had red hair and breeches 3 or 4 inches too short on their legs. Knocking elbows and ribbing each other, they chased Rory into the tunnel. From the front entrance, James stepped outside, and she held her breath. Black leather pants hugged his trim hips and curved over his gloriously tight butt. His equally dark shirt fluttered free, and as the breeze stirred, it lifted his hem and gave glimpses of golden skin she itched to touch again. One night wouldn't be long enough for her either, a fact deep in her heart she'd always known.
"Ariana, 'tis me."
Xenia knocked, then walked in with a swish of her olive skirts, her lacy white shawl draped over her shoulders. Wide-eyed, she stopped.
"Oh my! James just assured me you were up, and he would be taking us to your father's home. Why are you no dressed?"
"I'm reminiscing." She scampered off the trunk. "I have news. James has given up his quest of courting Margaret. We even came to an agreement of sorts last night."
"That sounds rather interesting."
A smile lifted her lips as she crossed to her ambry and pulled out a deep blue riding habit and broad-brimmed hat.
"Do tell."
"We've agreed we won't suffer a separation from each other."
"Are you speaking of marriage?"
"That's what James would like, and what I would too, although I've no idea how to make it all work, with my desire to return to the future. He insists that doesn't matter, and he'll accept whatever time we have together as it is." She tugged her night rail over her head, then folded it under her pillow.
"Life isna always meant to be easy, but one should always follow their heart. My heart longs for everything, my father and James."
She donned the white shirt Xenia handed her, then tugged on the fitted jacket. The riding habit's skirt was long and full, cumbersome and weighty, but the extra layers would keep her warm outside on the water. She laced her leather boots as a rap sounded. Xenia walked to the door and opened it.
"I have the tray you asked for."
A serving maid dipped her head.
"Wonderful."
Xenia motioned for her to enter.
"On the side table, please."
The maid placed the tray where asked and took the one from last night with her as she left.
"I ordered porridge and oatcakes for us both."
Xenia pulled out a chair and sat.
"Just what I need. I'm famished."
She dropped into the chair opposite Xenia and poured their tea. Spoon in hand, she ate the porridge, and it quickly warmed her belly. Xenia munched on an oatcake, her blue eyes shining bright.
"I imagine James will woo you with dedicated fierceness now you've come to your agreement."
She smiled and sighed.
"I remember those days of courtship. I miss my Samuel and—"
Her smile suddenly died away.
"What's wrong?"
She squeezed Xenia's hand.
"You miss your Samuel and—" "So much time has passed, and I rarely speak of—"
She shook her head as tears pooled in her eyes.
"There is something I've never told you. The one night Samuel and I had together We conceived a child, a bairn I gave birth to after his passing. Why didn't you say? I would have listened and understood. I know you would have, but my babe never even had the chance to take her first breath. More tears flowed, and she wiped her cheeks. She was such a wee lass, with a mop of blonde hair like her father's. The day I felt the pains coming over me, I felt driven to be closer to him, even though that was impossible. So instead, I boarded one of the skiffs sailing from here to Dunagan village, then hired a horse when I reached the settlement and rode to the place where Samuel and I had spent so many wonderful times together. When the pains tightened my belly and I could no longer walk, I laid down and pushed. More tears fell. When she came into this world, no one noise did she even make. She was stillborn. Her own tears fell, and she left her chair and knelt before Xenia and grasped her hands. I'm so sorry. You should never have had to go through that alone. The cord was wrapped tight around her neck. Her shoulders shook as she sobbed. She was so cold, and I couldn't bear the loss. I opened a portal and made a wish that she'd find her way safely to her father's arms, that he would care for her as I no longer could. Her body wavered afore my eyes, and then she vanished. A lost soul, freed. You didn't even have a body to bury. Nay, and I grieved for her for so long. With all I'd lost that year, my mother, Samuel, and then my babe, I could no longer stay. I left Skye and the ghosts of my past behind. I'd hoped to find a fresh start, and mayhap the love of my paternal clan. She cupped Arianna's cheek as a weak smile lifted her lips. I found that, and then I found you. I'm so glad I travelled to you. Another tear slipped down her cheek. You've always told me that the souls you free travel to where their light shines brightest. You are my light, and so is James. You were both there that day I arrived for a reason. Aye, we were there for you. Her gaze softened. That is why I now implore you to seek with James what your heart desires. One never knows how long we'll have with our loved ones, and you must live your life to its fullest. I understand, and I will. Then come. She stood and tugged her with her as she did. This day will be done if we dinna leave, and you have a very important letter to deliver to your father. He must receive it. I can't wait to see my childhood home. She grabbed her riding hat, plunked it on, and tied the ribbon under her chin as she wandered downstairs with Xenia. She would live her life to its fullest, as Xenia had implored her to, and as Dad would wish for her to as well. Along with Arianna's letter, James stowed the supplies they needed for the day ahead under his skiff's rear bench seat. Above, the skies were thick with puffy clouds tinged with a little grey. Out in the bay, the waves tumbled in, foamed over the slick rocks and withdrew. 'Twas good weather for sailing, and a good day for wooing the woman he intended to wed. Aye, he just needed to convince Ariana that he'd allow nothing to stand in his way. James!
Ariana rushed along the stone landing, her long golden blonde tresses streaming behind her, and her blue skirts flapping about her legs. She smiled, her lush, pouty lips lifting so deliciously. He bounded out and caught her as she jumped into his arms. He shoved one foot back, barely keeping them both from toppling into the loch. "You're a mischievous imp."
Just trying to keep you on your toes.
She popped a kiss on his cheek.
I missed you, and I can't wait to see my old home.
Then allow me to aid you on board. He handed her into his skiff, and once she'd settled at the rear, he offered Xenia a steadying hand.
Thank you, James.
Xenia perched on the seat at the bow and arranged her olive skirts around her.
Do you believe we'll make good time today?
'Twill take no more than a half-hour to reach the village. They would be sailing in the opposite direction from the day before, heading south and deeper within Loch Dunvegan's inland channel. He released their mooring rope, coiled and stored it, then rowed until he cleared the bay. With a gentle wind blowing, he raised the sail, secured the ropes, and sat next to Ariana at the stern. He adjusted the rudder, keeping them on course as the hills rose high on his left and the moors rolled away into the distance on the right of the sea's shore. Xenia pulled the shell she'd collected the day before from her pocket and gazed at it with a soft smile. She pressed it to her heart, then slowly sighed and slid it back into her pocket. Ariana nestled into his side, her face lifted to the sky, a serene and peaceful expression on her face.
"Thank you for escorting us today."
"'Tis an honour to bring you both. You'll need to point out the cove you mentioned yesterday, where you used to collect shells for your mother."
He'd promised her they'd stop on the way.
"The cove is close. Before we make the village, there's a sheltered bay surrounded by cliffs and a ledge carved into the sheer rock face that winds upward to the top."
"I know of it. I've passed it a number of times on my way along this channel."
"In the future, the locals call the bay Lover's Leap because of the tail attached to it."
"The bay has no name that I'm aware of. What is the tale?"
He turned the rudder and kept them on course.
"It's said a warrior leapt from the cliff top in anguish after his beloved had fallen into the raging depths below. The two perished right there in the sea." She shuddered. "I hate that tale."
"All tales must be taken with a grain of salt."
"That's exactly what Dad used to say. He and I would often walk along the cliff trail, then follow the ledge down to the beach. Of course, the ledge has been widened in the future to make traversing it far easier."
She snuggled closer, resting her hand on his leg.
"I've been thinking too about where to stow Dad's letter. My mother's memorial stone sits right on the edge of the bluff in front of our home. It's a sacred stone and holds a cavity within, one well protected with a strong casing. Dad and I always opened it up once a year to place my mother's shell inside." "Wait!"
Xenia gasped as she held up a hand.
"You've spoken of your mother's memorial stone afore, but no of a cavity within."
"Does that matter?"
"Aye, it does. I know of that stone. 'Tis called the Fairy Rock."
She smiled and clasped her hands.
"Oh, I wish you'd told me sooner. There are several lodges along these cliffs, half belonging to Cunningham's and the other half MacLeod's. Although now I know the Fairy Rock sits afore your childhood home, then that means you used to live in Matthew's lodge."
"Who's Matthew?"
"Matthew is Samuel's brother." "As in Samuel, your betrothed?" "Aye, and I've visited your childhood home in the past. Matthew was the eldest of the two of them by a year, and he and Samuel had a tight bond. Afore I left, Matthew wed a MacLeod, and they had a son, who they named Samuel in honour of his brother." "That's incredible. Dad told me the story of the sacred stone when I was a child." "That is a tale told to only a few, those who hold my ability as well as the keepers of the stone. Your father must be one of the keepers, which makes your memorial stone the perfect place to leave your letter. Absolutely perfect." She clapped. "I also used to visit the bay you spoke of. My mother was rather nifty at sailing a skiff. We'd lay out a blanket and a basket of food and swim in the cove. 'Tis a special place and holds fond memories for me. I shouldna be surprised your father is of Matthew's line. Matthew's father's name was Samuel, and his grandfather afore him. 'Tis a time-honoured tradition in their family to name a son so. I wish I'd connected everything you've said afore." "Yes, and I wish I'd known your mother. How'd she learn to sail so well?" "From her father. He was a fisherman, although he passed away afore I was born." She glanced ahead and smiled. "We're so close. Around the bend is the bay that leads to the cove."
Ariana stood, and he grasped her hips and tugged her back down beside him. The water was rougher where it swept into the bay, and he didn't need her toppling overboard. With one hand on the rudder, he sailed them toward land, gliding over the white-capped waves.
I'm so close to home.
Ariana jiggled about.
We'll be there in a moment.
Ahead, deep water swirled and crashed into the cliff face. He lowered the sail and guided them toward the thin strip of sand to the side. When the hull scraped the sandy sea base, he bounded out into the knee-deep water and, with the bow in hand, hauled the skiff half onto the beach.
We're really here.
Ariana scrambled to the bow, and he lifted her free and set her on the sand beside him. He tucked a flyaway lock of her hair behind her ear, then smoothed his knuckles over her cheek. Such soft skin, and dusted with entrancing freckles. Xenia clambered onto the dry sand, and with her hands on hips, eyed the cliff and the ledge winding upward.
"'Tis as beautiful here as I remembered. I'll collect my shells. I won't be long."
She searched the beach. She selected several shells, then climbed onto the boulder wedged against the cliff and jumped onto the ledge.
Ariana, where are you going?
He nabbed the mooring rope and secured it to a boulder.
"I promise not to go far. I'm just remembering old times."
She walked along the ledge, then traced something written within the rock face.
"Would you look at that?"
She tapped the rock.
"In the future, the letters A and Z are etched into the rock, and they're here even now." "I know the etching you mean."
Xenia gasped as she climbed onto the ledge and joined Ariana.
"A is for Anna, and Z is for Xenia."
A wistful smile touched her face.
"I'd forgotten this was here. You and your mother carved these letters out?" "Aye. She liked to mark special spots with our initials." "Well, I always thought A and Z stood for the first and last letter in the alphabet. At least now I know the truth."
A massive wave rolled in and drenched them. Ariana slipped, grabbed at the cliff's edge, but only managed air. She plummeted toward the sea, hit the water, and disappeared within its raging depths.
"Ariana!"
Xenia fell to her knees on the ledge and searched the depths below.
"James, I canna see her."
I'll find her.
He bounded onto the ledge, ran, and dove. Chapter 6. Contact with the frigid water stole Ariana's breath. She kicked, but her thick velvet skirts dragged her down. The crashing waves tossed her about. So deep. She needed to get to the surface. Her back slammed into the rock wall and knocked the air from her lungs. She'd swum at this cove too many times to count, and she could get herself out of this. She shoved away from the cliff and clawed toward the surface. All she had to do was grab a decent breath and swim back to the skiff. Poor Xenia. She'd be so worried, and James, he would certainly blame himself for her fall. The twisting current tumbled her head over heels, and black hazed her vision. Perhaps she'd best get rid of these skirts first. She fumbled for the ties and thumped into the cliff again. Her head hit the rock, and black hazed her vision. No.
"Xenia, help me. I need—"
She tried to form the words, but her chest burned, then a dark void sucked her downward. An unearthly force swept her through the water and tossed her onto the sand. With what strength she had, she flopped onto her back and tried to bring the cliff into focus. Blackened clouds churned high above, then a mist swirled and surrounded her. Lightning forked and sizzled in a stunning display of electric whites and yellows, then lights shimmered all around, as if the stars themselves had escaped the sky and blazed above. Drenched, James paced the thin strip of sand as the midday sun slipped behind a layer of gloomy grey cloud. 2 hours ago, Ariana had fallen into the loch, and he'd done naught but search the depths since the moment she had. He stumbled toward Xenia as she sat hunched on the boulder wedged against the ledge, her sobs tearing his heart into pieces.
"I canna find her, Xenia, no even a body."
"That there is no body is a good thing."
She met his gaze, her eyes red-rimmed.
"I heard her soul's cry for aid and opened a portal. It all happened so quickly, and I had to act fast to give her a chance at survival. She's travelled, James, to wherever her light now shines brightest, or she better have. I canna stand the thought that she may have perished. She thumped her chest. 'Twould kill me. She must live.
She belongs here with us.
This was all his fault. He shouldn't have allowed her to step 1 foot on that ledge. He collapsed onto his knees in the sand, his heart torn in two.
We must keep the faith that she lives.
She squeezed her eyes shut, then opened them again.
And to see to her last request.
Aye, Samuel Cunningham must receive her letter and heed Arianna's advice. His grief pummeled and drowned him in its intensity.
There can be no delay.
Xenia hurried toward his boat.
We must leave now and store her missive inside her mother's memorial stone.
Aye, I'm coming.
He wouldn't fail Arianna again. He shoved to his feet and raced after Xenia. Arianna was his, and had been since the moment she'd arrived in the past. He'd told her he wouldn't suffer a separation from her, and he intended to keep that promise.
After we deliver the letter, I'll need your aid, Xenia. I must find a way to get to her.
You wish to travel through time?
Aye, just as we hope Ariana has done.
He offered her a steadying hand as she climbed into the boat.
Will you help me?
There is great danger in what you ask.
She clung to the bow as he pushed the boat into the water and bounded in.
You must be near death, or breathing your last, and if your body remains behind, then there is naught more I can do other than to free your soul.
I gladly accept any danger. I'll do whatever it takes to reach her.
He rowed until he cleared the bay, then raised the sail. A mile along the waterway, a prominent bluff rose, with a 2-story lodge built on its flattened peak. Curved windows nestled underneath a steeply thatched roof, and a thick forest guarded its back.
That's Matthew's home.
Xenia wrung her hands together.
The village is close, around the next bend.
He sailed alongside the cliffs, past fishermen casting their nets from their boats and into the bay. Longhouses lay spread within the village's basin, and in front of the stables where the grass grew thick, 2 stable hands brushed down corralled horses. He guided his skiff over the breakers, then jumped into the knee-deep water and hauled the boat up onto the grassy verge.
Pass me my satchel. It holds Ariana's letter.
Xenia tugged it out from under the seat and handed it over. He slung it over one shoulder, then swung her onto dry land and strode toward the stables and the lads.
We're in need of 2 mounts, he called out.
Where to, sir?
The one rubbing down a black war-horse asked.
To Matthew Cunningham's lodge on the bluff.
Matthew passed by here this morn. He rode out to the field beyond the village to watch the foot races. Most of our clansmen are there. Do you still wish to ride to the bluff?
We do, and we'll await Matthew there.
Aye, sir.
The lad whistled to the other hand.
Saddle the palfrey for the lady while I ready this destrier.
He lugged a brown saddle onto the black steed, then tightened the cinch. James steered Xenia to the palfrey, and once the lad had saddled it, he cupped his palms and hoisted her up. She adjusted her olive skirts, took her horse's reins in hand, and motioned with the tip of her head toward the entrance to the forest, where 3 children chased each other in a game of tag.
We need to follow that trail. It leads inland, but then veers back toward the sea.
Aye, we'll ride fast.
He tossed the lad a coin and bounded onto his mount. Reins in hand, he slapped them against the horse's neck and bolted, Xenia close behind. Through the forest opening they rode, autumn and elm trees growing tall either side. He galloped hard. He had no idea how time travel worked, but all his senses fired with the knowledge that every second counted. They had to deliver the letter, and as quick as they could.
Take the trail to your left,
Xenia called a half-mile along, her long skirts flapping at her ankles.
It heads directly to the lodge.
He veered along the path she motioned to, and soon the salty sea air once again teased his nose. Racing, he broke through the heavy tree line. Ahead, the lodge stood at the edge of the bluff, the most welcoming sight. He pulled his horse to a halt next to the hitching post, jumped down, and looped his reins over it.
"Where's the fairy rock?"
"'Tis close. I'll show you the way." Xenia dismounted, tethered her horse next to his, and dashed past the bushes to the very edge of the cliff, where a 6-foot-high rock, one very similar to a standing stone, stood. "This is a memorial stone."
"And where is the cavity within?"
"I'll show you." The wind blew and whipped her red gold locks about her face as she knelt in the grass before it. "Have you ever heard the tale of the fairy princess and the MacLeod chief she fell in love with? It would go some way in helping me explain why this rock is so sacred and how the cavity was created."
"Aye, I'm well aware of the tale."
"Good." She pressed her palms against the stone's side. "The son the fairy princess had with the chief, the child she was forced to leave behind, had the ability to open a portal between his mother's fairy realm and ours. 'Tis said he travelled often between the two places in time after his 10th year, when his ability first came into being. That too is when mine did, as it did for all those who've held my skill as well."
"I see. The princess's son was a lost soul, a child who belonged to 2 worlds. That's why he could travel."
"Aye. His light shone brightest with both his mother and father. Although he travelled without hovering on the edge of death, his fairy blood so very strong. This place, where this stone sits, is where the lad first discovered his gift. When he did, his light pierced the rock he stood beside and created a cavity within." He knelt beside her and ran his hands over the rough surface, while 100 feet below, the waves pounded into the cliff face and sent a light spray drifting over them. "The cavity is here." She traced over a crack in the side, thumped the centre, then wriggled the edges with her fingers. "Those with the ability to open a portal are always shown this rock and told the tale I've spoken of. Tormod MacLeod, the old chief, brought me here the day after I opened my first portal." She thumped the rock again, and dust trickled from the crack. "He is the one who showed me what lies within this rock."
"Allow me to aid you."
He continued to work the stone casing loose, then grunted as it slid free and exposed the hollow within. The hole was perfect, clean and well protected.
"Not only will we leave Arianna's letter here, but I want to leave a missive for her too."
He had to let her know of the love he held deep in his heart for her, that he'd never suffer a separation, just as he'd promised. "I'll go and find some parchment. I willna be long." She hurried toward the lodge, hauled the back door open, and disappeared inside. He closed his eyes and pressed his palms against the rock. A level of peace flowed over and settled deep inside him. 'Twas as if he could sense Ariana. She was close, even though so far away.
"I will come for you, Ariana," he whispered. "Wherever you are, I will come."
"Here, I have all we'll need." Xenia rushed back to him and plopped down on her knees in the grass. "I also found a small tin box to store the letters inside." She handed him a wooden board, a piece of parchment, and a quill and ink. He set the parchment on the board, dipped the quill into the ink, and scrawled across it. He wrote to the only woman he'd ever love that his greatest desire was for her to live, that Samuel Cunningham would receive the letter she'd written him and survive his illness. Then he told her he would come for her, that she was his, always and forever. Done, he passed Xenia the parchment and quill. She wrote after him, tears shimmering in her eyes as she did, and once finished, she passed the paper back along with the small tin box. He scrawled Ariana's name and his own on the outside, then from his travelling bag withdrew the letter she'd written for her father and folded both papers inside the tin. He pressed the lid in place and slid the box inside the cavity. "There's one more thing I'd like to add." Xenia dug in her pocket and pulled out the cream fan-shaped shell with its heart of pure white. "'Tis only right I leave this for her." Xenia laid it on top of the box. Carefully, he eased the stone casing back in place and prayed for a miracle. Pain hammered inside Arianna's head. She forced her eyes open and clutched handfuls of soft sand underneath her. The cliff rose high, the beach and ledge clear of any other. She was still at Lover's Leap, but where were James and Xenia? She rubbed her dizzy head. She must have lost consciousness. She scrambled to her knees, then shoved to her feet and swayed. No, she had to remain alert. A darkened mist swirled and surrounded her. Lightning forked and sizzled, and stars shimmered in a brilliant blaze. Not again. She clutched her belly as it rolled, as her scream echoed through the dense fog of nothingness and reverberated in her own ears. A weightless sensation overwhelmed her, and a cold wind whipped her wet blue skirts against her legs. The void sucked her into it once again. "Careful, Ariana." Hands grabbed her from the dark abyss, hauled her into the bright light of day and away from the edge of a road. "It's too dangerous to cross the road here." A car whizzed by and tooted its horn, and the dance studio's building stood tall, its wooden plaque proudly displaying its name on the sign above the doors. "Dad?" She swayed and grabbed the man she'd left behind 4 years ago. "Well, where did you come from?" He hadn't aged a day. Actually, he looked younger, with less lines around his eyes and his skin no longer so pale. "Am I dead?" "No, you're alive, and I have good news for you." "What good news?" "I didn't wish to worry you this morning before your dance practice, but I had an appointment with the doctor and—" He frowned as his gaze moved down her body. What are you wearing, love?" I... This was going to sound far-fetched. "You see..." "Damn. This was the moment it happened, wasn't it?" "The moment what happened?" "You're wearing clothing from the 1500s, and you're drenched to the skin. Here, take this." He whipped his grey woolen coat off and wrapped it around her shaking shoulders. Cars zoomed by on the blacktop, and a delivery truck beeped as it reversed into the side alley. She truly was home. Gently, Dad cradled her cheeks in his work-roughened hands and searched her face. "It's clear to see now. You no longer appear 17, and from your letter I'd say you're 21. You must have travelled not long after you wrote me." "Oh, my goodness! You got one of my letters. How? When? From whom?"
"From James MacDonald and Xenia MacLeod. Your letter was written on such old parchment and sealed inside a tin box inside the memorial stone's cavity, right where we place your mother's shells. I found your letter when you were very young, the first time I wedged the casing loose. The paper you wrote on was so brittle, but I kept it and followed your instructions. You told me not to speak to you about what had happened, for fear I'd change your first trip through time, one that had to occur, if you were ever to send word to me and save my life. You spoke of Xenia, the Cunninghams, and James."
"You truly got one of my letters?"
"Yes."
"How young was I?"
"A few days at most. They wrote to you as well, James and Xenia. Their letter was inside the box with yours."
"Incredible!"
She'd done it, actually gotten a letter to her father, or at least James and Xenia had. She wanted to hug them.
"The things you mentioned in your letter, all the dates and events that were important to us so I would know you'd written the truth, had yet to even happen."
"Yet you still believed me."
"I knew your words were the truth, purely because of what Xenia had written as well, and I couldn't take from her what she'd already gifted to me. precious time with you."
What do you mean? What precious time had she gifted to you?
I mean your entire life. She gifted every one of your first 17 years to me.
You're not making any sense.
I'm sorry, Ariana. I wish I could have told you everything. You spent 4 years with Xenia, and from your letter I could tell not once had either of you ever realised the truth.
He wrapped his arms around her and said,
"That is my fault, but no more. I no longer need to keep the facts surrounding your birth from you, or your mother's true identity."
Tell me what? What have you withheld?
I too have travelled through time.
What?
I'll explain everything. Your mother is Xenia.
Hold on. You've always told me I was named after my mother, that I bear her name. That's Ariana, not Xenia.
She swayed, and he held her upright.
I don't understand.
You're aware there's strong fairy magic in your MacLeod line, and usually one in every generation who has the ability to open a portal.
I wrote to you about that.
A fact I already knew, as I lay near death on the battlefield at...
Wait, what battlefield?
The battle where I almost perished, on the Isle of Lewis. I fought there alongside the MacLeods when the Mackenzies took the castle at Stornoway.
He guided her to the dance studio's front steps, sat her down, and perched next to her.
Allow me to start at the beginning. Xenia was my betrothed. Her chief, Tormod MacLeod, held the same ability as her, and during the battle on Lewis, I was dealt a near deadly blow. Tormod saw me fall, and he opened a portal and made a wish. With the power of his ancestral fairy blood, he sent me streaking toward the light, on a journey where I would find peace and aid.
His voice turned gravelly, as if he fought his emotions.
I'm not from this time, Ariana, and neither are you.
But...
Her life had been one great big lie.
Whenever you raised a question about your mother, I kept as close to the truth as I could, but time travel is in a realm all unto itself, and you were just a newborn babe when you were first pulled through Xenia's portal and into my arms.
I can't believe my mother is Xenia MacLeod.
Xenia and I first met at Dunagan Castle, while I was training amongst the chief of MacLeod's warriors. One day during sword practice, I didn't move quick enough and suffered a nasty gash. Xenia tended me and stitched my wound. She was so young, only 18, yet I was completely drawn to her. She and I were inseparable from that moment on.
You fell in love?
Yes, and before too long I proposed and asked her to be my wife.
A silly grin lifted his lips.
She accepted, and I couldn't have been happier.
Then the call to arms came from the MacLeod chief's kin on Lewis. Xenia told me.
Yes.
Her heartbeat pulsed out of time, and she clasped her chest.
You anticipated your wedding night. She fell pregnant and gave birth to a baby girl some months later in the forest. The cord was wrapped around the child's neck. Xenia told me her child died. That's what Xenia has believed all these years, not that her child travelled through time and somehow survived.
One must be hovering at the edge of death for them to travel. If there is no body left behind, then that is what can happen. Xenia knows that.
She doesn't know you lived, not with the life-threatening injuries you'd sustained. The same with her baby. How did I survive?
The jump through time must have restarted your heart. I'll never forget the day you arrived. I was shocked. You shimmered into view right before my eyes as I readied for bed. You were so tiny and blue, and your scream.
His eyebrows rose.
You wailed as if you'd been slapped. I wrapped you in a fleecy cloth, then made a mad dash with you to the store. I grabbed everything off the shelf I could possibly need for a newborn.
But how do you know I was yours?
You had my blonde hair, a thick tuft of it, and your mother's beautiful blue eyes, and from the moment I held you, I hadn't been able to let you go. I only felt at ease when you were near. The day you arrived, I named you in honour of both Xenia's mother and mine.
Xenia's mother's name was Anna.
And my mother's name was Ari.
Arianna MacLeod Cunningham, she whispered, shaking her head. I wish you'd told me.
How she wished. It would have changed everything, explained why she'd first travelled to Xenia when she'd opened a portal 4 years ago. Her soul had known Xenia's, just as it had known her father's. Dad gripped her hands in his.
The day after I named you, I stood before the memorial stone with you in my arms and recalled Xenia's story. She'd told me about the tale of the fairy princess's son and how he was the first to hold the ability of opening a portal. The boy did so at the age of 10 and right before that stone. When Xenia came into her ability at the same age, Tormod brought her to the rock and showed her the cavity. I felt driven to look inside, and when I did, I discovered your letter.
Xenia never knew I was her daughter.
She dropped her face into her open palms, her anguish complete.
You never shared the truth with me. Why, in all this time, have you never tried to return to the past?
I don't hold the ability to open a portal, and I've never found a MacLeod who can. As the centuries have passed, so too has the ability within the MacLeod line. I also had you, and I couldn't risk your life, not when you'd still yet to live it. In the end, I withheld the truth to keep you safe. I also worried greatly about changing your jump through time and your future still yet to unfold.
Xenia ensured I had a home. She taught me everything I ever needed to know.
Overhead the clouds darkened, and a drop of water splashed her nose, then another hit her cheek.
We're about to get wet, and you're already wet enough.
He stood, and with an arm around her waist, helped her up.
The car's parked on the side of the road.
She squeezed him tight.
I've missed you so much. I never gave up the dream of returning to spend just one more day with you. When you first pulled me back from the road, you said you hadn't wished to worry me this morning before my dance practice. You had an appointment with the doctor. What did he say?
Because of your letter, I caught my cancer months earlier than I would have. I still had surgery and treatment, but today I learnt I'm cancer-free.
Truly.
Tears flowed down her cheeks.
My letter made a difference.
All the difference in the world. I've kept James and Xenia's letter safe for you all these years too. It's at home, in my office.
He steered her down the street toward his black SUV. From his pocket he pulled out his keys, opened the passenger door, and helped her inside. He closed the door, strode around to the driver's side, and eased inside. He started the engine, pulled out, and drove through Dunagan village and along the road toward their cliff-top home.
I promise there'll be no more secrets between us. I've kept the truth from you for far too long, and now my reason for doing so no longer exists.
I love you, Dad, and I never want to be parted from you again.
I love you too, just as I've always loved your mother. Xenia holds my heart, and always will. I've never lost the hope of returning to her, of finding a way, as you've managed to do.
Dad reached across and clasped her hand as he drove.
Tell me more about James.
He was there that day I first travelled into the past. He and Xenia both saw a vision of my last moments here in the future, and together they've watched over me.
Cars whizzed past them on the busy main road carved through the forest.
This past week I travelled with Xenia to attend the Highland Games at Dunagan, and James was there.
Dad indicated and slowed the car, turned off the road, and bumped along the stony driveway lined with ash and elm trees. Autumn leaves swirled through the air, a rain of glorious yellows and burnt oranges. She lowered her window, and the ocean and its rhythmic crashing reached her on the brisk sea breeze. Ahead, the stone lodge appeared on the flattened headland overlooking Loch Dunagan. She was finally home. Dad stopped in the circular drive, and together they walked along the crunchy shell path around the house toward the memorial stone near the cliff's edge. Lover's Leap wasn't visible from here, but it was only a mere mile away, and James and her mother were so close, even though so far away. She knelt before the stone and pressed her palms against the casing wedged tightly over the cavity. She desperately wanted her mother back. Her heart ached, both for the gift of having Dad close, but also for the loss of those she loved. She'd never be able to aid Xenia with her healing, tend and care for those who knocked on her cottage door. Never be held by James, or lie in his arms after he made love to her, to tell him how much she loved him, and to thank him for all that he'd given her.
"What are you thinking?"
Dad knelt next to her. "Of all we've lost. It's so painful being away from them both."
"That's a pain I understand well, one I've had to endure for the longest time."
Tears welled in his eyes, and he pulled her back into his arms. "Dad, tell me about what happened after you travelled through time. I want to know it all."
Things are a little hazy surrounding my initial arrival. 3 or 4 days after I awoke, I found myself in a hospital, with tubes and needles sticking out of me. The building I was in wasn't constructed of stone, but metal and glass, and when I stumbled from my bed and stared out the window, I discovered I was standing several stories above the ground. Below, horses and carts had been replaced by metal boxes on wheels, and not only did birds soar through the air, but so too did the most amazing of crafts. Airplanes, I soon learned they were called.
"You must have gotten the shock of your life."
I did. The hospital staff asked me so many questions, and I told them I remembered nothing other than where I lived. They sent someone out here to the lodge, and returned with Gerald Cunningham, an elderly man who lived on this property at the time. Being kin, Gerald was the one man I trusted with the truth. He aided me when I first arrived, and provided all I needed to survive in this time, although he passed from a heart attack just before your first birthday. He braced an elbow on the knee of his grey slacks. Gerald left this place to me. He was estranged from his family.
I wish I'd known him. What happened after he passed?
I continued to adapt. I formed friendships where I could, and even attended evening classes, and studied how to speak without the distinctly heavy brogue of my time. I used the skills I had, and combined them with the knowledge I gained, and before long, I had a thriving business selling my hand-forged weaponry. He covered her hands with his. You grew, and the day you turned 17, I began to worry. You never told me the exact date of your travel, just the year, and that it was after a dance practice session. I also never knew if you'd return, but glad I am it was the same day you left. I would never have survived the passing of 4 years without you.
We can't allow Xenia and James to deal with the passing of any time either. We need to return to them, both of us, somehow.
If you're willing, then I'm willing. I've lived without the love of my life for far too long. He touched his heart. I want Xenia back.
So do I, and James. She touched her own heart. I'm more than willing.
I sense Ariana. 'Tis as if she is close.
Warmth raced through James's body and wrapped him securely in its heat as he knelt before Ariana's memorial stone.
Do you feel it?
I sense her too, just now. Xenia lifted her face to the sky and smiled. She lives. She truly lives. I believe we've done it, that she's with her father. Horses' hooves pounded, and 2 warriors rode free of the forest trail. James stood and gripped his sword hilt. The man on the right was clearly William, the scowl on his face no surprise.
"It appears we have company."
"That's Matthew with William. 'Tis been some time since I've seen Samuel's brother, but I would never mistake him."
She clutched her chest.
"William will ask about Arianna. She and I are rarely apart."
"Ariana may be gone, but a secret must remain between only those of us who already hold it."
"Matthew knows of my ability and saw it rise many years ago."
She glanced at the rock.
"He even knows of this cavity. He was with Samuel when I first showed it to him, just as I've done with you. I need to tell him what we've done, that the letters within must remain where they are for Arianna's father."
"Then we'll speak to William and Matthew."
He was out of choices, the need to keep Arianna's secret out of his hands. William slowed his mount and pulled his horse to a stop, his padded leather war coat donned and claymore belted at his side. Gripping his reins, he eyed Xenia.
"The stable lad informed Matthew he had visitors. 'Twas fortunate I was with him when he did. Where's Ariana, and why are you here?"
Xenia darted a look at Samuel's brother and smiled.
"Matthew, 'tis wonderful to see you again."
"As it is to see you, Xenia. You've been gone from Skye for far too long."
Grinning, he jumped to the ground in a thick buckskin vest and boots, his blonde hair flopping forward over his brow. He pulled Xenia into his arms.
"William told me you'd come with him and the Earl to the games."
"I needed to return. 'Twas time."
She gestured toward James.
"Allow me to introduce you to James MacDonald. He's a trusted friend and offered to bring me today."
Matthew nodded at him.
"Welcome, James." "Thank you."
The wind whistled through, and dark clouds moved in overhead. Matthew glanced skyward.
"It appears a storm is closing in. The weather can change quickly in the Isles. Come inside so we might all speak. I'll light the fire and we can warm ourselves."
Matthew looped his horse's reins over the hitching post next to their horses, then set a hand at Xenia's back and steered her toward the lodge. William dismounted and planted his feet wide, halting James in his tracks.
"Xenia didna answer my question. Where's Ariana?" "She came with us as far as the nearby cove."
Pain shimmered through him.
"I have difficult news to share. Ariana found a way to return to the future, and Xenia opened a portal." "Ariana has gone?"
He narrowed his gaze.
"Nay, you appear far too calm for such a thing to have happened." "I speak the truth, William."
Calm was the last emotion rolling through him. Ariana was gone, and he wouldn't survive this day if he didn't find a way to get to her.
"You lie. I'll get the truth from Xenia."
He stormed into the lodge. James pressed his forehead against the stone.
"I need you, my imp. Wait for me. I will come for you soon. I promise you this."
Chapter 7. 4 days later, the grandfather clock struck the midnight hour, its 12 dongs ringing loud in Ariana's ears. She rocked in the burgundy-padded chair before her father's desk, one hand holding Xenia's shell with its heart of pure white, and the other gripping the letter Xenia and James had written her.
"I see you still can't sleep."
Dad strode into the room in khaki pants and a black turtleneck jumper, his thick blonde hair a wind-blown mess. He crouched before the fire, picked up the metal prodder and stoked the embers.
"And I see you've been out wandering the cliffs again."
"For a good reason."
He dropped into the burgundy couch under the window and blew out a long breath.
"I need to speak to you. We both know the only way either of us have travelled through a portal is in that moment when we're hovering at the edge of death. You were born with the cord around your neck. A car hit you, and you almost drowned."
She sighed.
"I have a terrible track record when you say it like that."
Yes, you do. He leaned forward on the couch. Tell me more about when you fell into the loch from the cliff, and be as specific as you can.
Well, I've already told you a rogue wave came out of nowhere.
She slid the shell into the front pocket of her black skinny jeans.
My skirts were too heavy and dragged me down. Then the waves pummeled me into the rock wall, and I hit my head. I called out to Xenia before some kind of unearthly force sent me spinning around. Whatever it was spat me out onto the beach, and when I tried to find Xenia and James, they were gone.
Is that when you lost consciousness?
Yes, for a little bit. I'm not sure how much time passed, but when I awoke, I stood up and a darkened mist surrounded me. There was lightning and stars, and then you were there, pulling me away out of the dark and back from the road.
It's as if during the time you were unconscious, you sat somewhere in limbo.
That's what I believe too. Perhaps until the moment when Xenia and James made it here and stowed your letter inside the stone. Or at least that's what I've come up with.
She tapped the polished floorboards with one sneakered foot as she eyed James's letter. She'd read what he and Xenia had written 1,000 times in the past 4 days, each word now emblazoned in her memory. Her own letter to Dad sat on the desk, and she ran her finger over the faded words. These 2 letters were the only ones that had ever made it to the future, those she'd left with the Earl lost somewhere and somehow over the centuries. Dad stood and stared out the window at the memorial stone, lit a golden hue by the full moon above.
Whenever I can see the fairy rock, peace seeps through me. It's as if Xenia is close and her presence surrounding me.
I feel the same, as if she and James are here.
Read their letters to me again.
Of course.
She began with James's.
To the woman who will forever be mine. Just hours ago you fell from Lover's Leap and disappeared within the murky depths of the water below. I couldna save you, and Xenia heard your soul's cry for aid. She opened a portal and made a wish for your safe return to your father's arms. Fairy magic brought you to us, and fairy magic has once again taken you away. I pray you live, that you made it back to the future and your father received your missive and he survived. I meanwhile canna live, nor without you. Know that I will come to you. You are mine, always and forever. James.
She traced the scrawled slash of his name.
I love him.
As he loves you.
Dad crossed to her and dropped a kiss on the top of her head.
Read Xenia's note as well.
She cleared her throat and said,
To my beloved Ariana, all those souls I've aided over time have all travelled to where their light shines brightest. You travelled to me, a most precious gift. Now I pray that the light that led you away from us returns you to your father, safe and well. I write these words from the fairy rock, a stone I also told Samuel and Matthew about. James needs you, just as I need you, and our hearts cry out for you, to have you back with us. From the depths of my soul, I wish that one day we may once again be reunited. I shall forever remain alert. I love you. Xenia.
Dad paced his office from wall to wall.
Xenia said, I wish that one day we may once again be reunited. I will forever remain alert. Your light shines brightest with both her and me.
I'm like the fairy princess's son whose parents lived in 2 different realms.
She set the letter down and rubbed her palms on her jeans.
I've travelled to both of you.
Yes, and now we have to find a way to get us both back to where we belong, to the past, where those we love live.
He stopped before her, took her hands in his.
Are you certain you wish to tread the fine line of death again?
Yes, because if I don't return to James, he'll come for me, and I can't let him do that.
Good.
He opened his desk drawer and pulled out a sheaf of papers.
Earlier today I drew up a new will at my lawyer's office in the village and signed it. I've left this place to Gerald's eldest son, even though they were estranged. It seems only right that this property is returned into his kin's hands. This is a copy of what my lawyer holds. You should read it."
She took the papers from him and perused it while he doused the fire. He'd set all in order, ensuring his lawyer saw to his final wishes should he pass. "It's perfect."
I also arranged for him to come tomorrow at 9.
He grabbed a notepad and scribbled a message to his lawyer that she read over his shoulder. It stated simply to set his will in motion, that he would never return. Dad plunked the note on top of his will, dug into his pocket and dropped his keys on top, then held out his hand to her.
"Now is the time. No more waiting."
"And exactly where are we going to hover on the verge of death, or breathe our last?"
She gripped his hand and followed him out the door and across the grassy slope.
"Lover's Leap seems the most fitting place."
The wind whipped her blonde hair about her face and plastered her pink hooded sweater to her chest. They trekked alongside the craggy ridge the mile to the cliff, the wind buffeting against them and the sea roaring with white-capped waves below. As they reached the ledge that led down to the cove, thunder boomed in the blackened skies overhead. She shivered and stopped next to Dad.
"I'll go first."
He shuffled onto the ledge and, once assured of his footing, nodded for her to join him.
"Stay close. 1 step behind me, no more."
She seized the first groove in the craggy rock wall illuminated by the moonlight and stepped down beside him. Far below, the waves crashed into the wall and sprayed high. She shoved 1 foot in front of the other and shuffled down the path in his wake. 20 feet from the bottom, Dad stopped and laid a hand on her shoulder.
"This is far enough. We want to arrive in the past breathing our last, but without life-threatening injuries."
"I can't believe we're going to jump from this cliff."
Hot tears pricked her eyes.
"I love you, Dad."
"I love you too. It's time. Let's do this together."
He took 1 step forward and teetered on the slick edge in his black leather lace-up shoes, the ones she'd bought for him for his last birthday. Hopefully he'd celebrate another birthday this year, and so would she.
"What's the drill once we jump?"
She wriggled up beside him.
"We don't fight the water's pull, but hold on to each other."
He gripped her hand, his voice almost lost to her as the wind rushed around them.
"And we call out to Xenia with everything within us. We'll wish for our safe return to the past."
"Don't let go of me."
"Never."
He wrapped his arms fully around her and, with his gaze on hers, took her with him as he fell forward into the dark abyss. Lightning slashed the skies and the rain fell. On his knees before the fairy rock, pain slammed through James's chest. 'Twas as if someone had taken a sword and thrust it right through his heart. He gasped for breath, and the pain slowly receded, but not the sheer ache of longing in his soul for the woman he loved.
"James!"
Xenia raced from the lodge, rain streaming down her face and plastering her red-gold curls to her head. She tossed her drenched lacy white shawl onto the ground and clasped his shoulder.
"We need to go. It's Arianna. I heard her cry for aid, and another too. Samuel calls to me."
"Samuel? How is that possible?"
"'Tis impossible, although it has happened all the same. We must hurry."
"Where to?"
He snagged his horse from its tethered post.
"Where Ariana fell only a few short hours ago. There's no time to lose."
He hoisted Xenia onto his mount and bounded in behind her. Knees thrust into the animal's flanks, he slapped the reins against its neck and tore along the cliff-top trail. The storm raged, the turbulent black clouds overhead swirling and seething. He urged his black destrier faster along the narrow path. Pine trees swayed on his right, and branches scraped his arm, while on his left The sea roared, and his horse scattered stones on the verge that clacked down the rock face before disappearing into the watery depths below.
Faster, James!
Xenia clawed his shoulders from behind. We're almost there, he bellowed over the fury of the storm. He rode hard, then hauled his horse to a stop where the ledge began.
I'm here,
Xenia cried, her arms lifted skyward.
With the power of my ancestral MacLeod fairy blood, I wish for a portal to open. Free these displaced souls in need of aid, and allow them to seek the light. Bring Ariana and Samuel home. Bring them to me.
The earth shook, and stars blazed in the churning water far below, a brilliant kaleidoscope of sizzling yellows and whites. Hell. He had to get to Ariana, now. He bounded from his horse, set Xenia safely on her feet, and tore down the ledge. Stars churned within a swirling vortex, and halfway down he dove, right into the heart of the portal. I'm coming, Ariana, he called, from his heart to hers. An unearthly force sucked him down, one he had no intention of fighting as it took him. Ariana drifted within the murky water, Dad's grip on her as tight as hers on him. Never would she let him go.
I need you, Xenia, she cried out. Please don't forsake me now. I want to come home to you and James.
Lights blazed and shimmered all around, beautiful yet so deadly as she forced herself to stay focused. Words drifted through her mind, the sweet sound that of James's voice. I'm coming, Ariana. Arms clamped around her waist, and she jerked around and stared into the most piercing blue eyes. James firmed his hold on her and Dad and pushed them upward through the swirling depths, and in a flurry of bubbles they broke the surface. Lightning crackled overhead and waves pounded into her. She gulped in great draughts of air.
James! Is it really you?
Aye. You left me, and you'll never do so again. He cupped the back of her head and drew her closer. His auburn hair floated around his neck as he glanced at her father. Dad slugged in air, fog pulsing from his mouth in the icy cold as he did. We made it, Ariana.
We did.
She wrapped one arm around his neck and hugged him hard while she still held on to James.
Samuel?
Xenia scrambled down the ledge, then jumped onto the beach. Wait there, Xenia.
Is it really you?
She clasped one hand over her mouth and the other over her heart. Yes, my love. He blew her a kiss. I'm coming.
Ariana,
she cried, her face so pale.
No more falling from this cliff. My heart cannot take losing you again. Come here now. I need to hold you.
Dad and James both kicked her toward the beach. At hip depth, James swept her up and carried her to Xenia and set her on her feet. Xenia hauled her into her arms, and hot tears streamed down their mashed cheeks and flowed together.
I've never known such agony and joy as I have this day.
Xenia. Dad wrapped his arms around them both, and they all clung to each other. Every single day I've been gone, I've longed to return to you.
How are you alive?
She clasped his cheeks in her hands. At the battle on Lewis, Tormod MacLeod sent me through a portal toward the light. That light led to the future, to a time when incredible medical advances ensured my survival, although I've never been able to return, even though I desperately wished to.
Tormod told me of the portal he opened, but I never once considered you lived, even though your body was gone, nor with the injuries he spoke of.
I lived. He grinned and twirled her around. I can't believe I have you back. I love you.
I love you too.
She giggled, her face raised to the sky.
I have my beloved back.
Ariana laughed and jumped into James's open arms.
Dad and I have so much to tell you both.
Start wherever you wish. He stroked her back and rained kisses down on the top of her head.
First, let me introduce you to my dad. James, this is my father, Samuel Cunningham. Dad, this is James MacDonald.
She grasped Xenia's hand and said to her,
After my return to the future, I learnt the baby you had with Samuel 21 years ago was in fact me. Oh my!
Xenia's face paled and her knees buckled. Dad scooped her up, then held her against his chest. Xenia looked into his eyes.
I was so overwhelmed by yours and Arianna's return, I had nor yet been able to think beyond that. How did our child survive and come to be with you?
You believed you'd lost her in childbirth and opened a portal to set her free. She travelled to me, although something happened during that trip through time because her heart restarted. She arrived right before my eyes with a very loud wail.
You've cared for our daughter all this time.
Xenia stroked Dad's cheek.
'Tis astonishing.
Yes, as you've cared for her these past 4 years. I'm so sorry. I withheld the truth from Ariana because I believed that to be the right thing. I also told her I'd named her after her mother. She never knew the truth. Can you forgive me?
You did what you thought best, and I can accept that. Ariana lives because of you.
She also lives because of you. He kissed her and carried her to the ledge, the two speaking quietly as they left. James wrapped Ariana tightly in his arms. I didn't even know Xenia had given birth to a child.
Neither did I until the morning before we set sail for the village. She told me the first time then, not that I would have guessed she was my mother, even after I heard her story. Xenia lived in the past, and as far as I was aware, I'd been born in the future, to a woman named Ariana. When Dad told me the truth, I was shocked.
How do you feel now? His gaze roamed her body.
Wonderful, like I'm living again. I've missed you so much. These past 4 days have been so difficult.
4 days? Confusion burned deep in his midnight blue eyes. You fell from Lover's Leap only this morn, 4 hours ago.
Really? Oh, then it appears time truly has no meaning when one travels through a portal. When I arrived in the future, it was at the same moment when I first left. Dad pulled me back from the road, and after he did, he told me about the letter he'd received from me, one you'd left inside the stone. He found those letters not long after I was born.
Xenia and I delivered them as soon as we could. We sensed the urgency.
He looked deep into her eyes, covered her mouth with his, and kissed her with fierce passion. Heat radiated from every place where they touched, and she pushed her fingers deep into his thick hair and held on to him. "You're making me hot," she whispered against his lips. "And that's not an easy feat to do when I'm drenched to the skin."
I canna leave this place until I've asked you one very important thing.
He lowered to one knee, a deep look of longing in his eyes.
Ariana MacLeod Cunningham, I canna live on this earth without you. I love you endlessly, and I wish to take you as my wife, to bind you to me for all time. Will you do me the great honour of marrying me?
She clasped his face and squealed. "Yes, yes, yes! You're mine, James MacDonald, and I can't wait to be your wife, always and forever."
You'll never leave me again.
He kissed her ravenously, and she kissed him as wildly in return. No, she'd never leave him again. He was hers, her beacon of light and her greatest desire for all time. Chapter 8. The rain eased and stopped as they climbed the ledge and made it to safety at the top of the cliff. "I'm so excited to be back." Ariana twirled around, and James caught her and held her close.
Horses' hooves pounded and shook the ground, and James withdrew his sword.
Riders approach.
Dad moved and stood shoulder to shoulder with him as William and Matthew burst out of the forest and pulled their horses to a stop.
Matthew!
Dad gasped, then jogged toward the men. "Is that Dad's brother?" Ariana gripped Xenia's hand. The man had blonde hair and Dad's narrow nose and deep cleft in his chin. They looked so similar. "Aye, that's Matthew Cunningham, your uncle." A grin slashed Matthew's face, and he grasped Dad's arms.
Samuel, how are you alive? It's a long story, and one I'll gladly explain.
William bounded across to Ariana.
I was told you'd fallen from the cliffs here and returned to the future.
I did, and now I've returned with my father.
'Tis astonishing.
He glanced between her and her father.
How do Matthew and your father know each other?
You need to catch my father's long story. For now, I have good news to share. James proposed.
Such joy burst through her.
And I said yes.
Nay.
He groaned and glared at James.
Please be happy for me, William. You two have never seen eye to eye, but I love him.
I dinna care for a MacDonald becoming kin. You've no choice.
James tucked her under his shoulder, then extended his hand to William.
I can let bygones be bygones if you can. I canna believe I must shake your hand.
William snorted, but still did.
For Arianna's sake, just ensure you care for her well. If you dinna, I'll gladly take your head off. You can be assured I'll care for her as if my very life depended on it.
James smiled at her, then kissed the tip of her nose.
Would you still like to visit your childhood home? We never did quite get there.
Yes, please.
She shivered.
And to get out of these wet clothes.
James whistled for his horse, and it clomped out from within the heavy tree line. He hoisted her onto his mount, slid in behind her, and banded his arms around her tight. Matthew offered Dad and Xenia his horse, then doubled up with William on his destrier. They rode side by side, Dad telling Matthew and William all. When they reached the clearing next to the lodge, Ariana's breath caught, her heart tugging at the glorious sight. The lodge was so close to what she'd known in the future, right down to the shell pathway around the side of the house. The forest guarded its back, and the memorial stone took pride of place at the cliff's edge.
It looks just like home.
She snuggled back against James.
Or I should say, my old home.
Aye, you should. Your new home will be with me.
James jumped to the ground and swept her down beside him. With one finger under her chin, he tipped her face up and looked into her eyes.
Having you at my side is all I long for.
I was so worried you'd try to travel through time to find me.
I would have. You'll never leave my side again, or risk your life as you have this day. Do we have an understanding?
We do. I need you, and I don't want to live without you ever again either.
Matthew beckoned them inside.
Come, everyone. Out of the cold. Let's go.
James hitched his horse to the post, then steered her toward the front door after her parents.
Where is your wife?
Dad asked Matthew.
She and my son Samuel are away visiting her kin. They're due back at the end of the week.
Matthew led the way down the hallway and gestured toward the far chamber.
Ariana, take the chamber overlooking the cliffs. It has a tub and I'll bring you some hot water so you may bathe and warm yourself.
Thank you.
James ushered her down the hallway and into the very room that had been hers in the future. Soaking wet, she dripped water onto the polished wooden floorboards as she crossed to the four-poster bed. She perched on the end, unlaced her black and pink Nike sneakers, then rose and propped them before the hearth.
I'll get a fire started."
He knelt at the fireplace and pulled stringy dried bark from a log, and over it struck a small piece of flint with his dirk. Breathing on the sparks, he coaxed them to life, then added wood and brought the fire to a crackling blaze.
"Here's the water."
Her uncle returned with pails in hand, William right behind him carrying water as well. They filled the tub, then Matthew closed the door behind them as he and William left.
"You're shivering something fierce."
James unfolded the wooden clothes rack and placed it before the fire.
"Lay your wet clothes here to dry."
"Thank you." She hauled her pink sweater over her head and draped it over the rack. James gazed at her as she unbuttoned her long-sleeved white blouse.
"What is that you're wearing underneath?"
"It's called a bra." She tossed her blouse on the rack and sashayed toward him.
"It's rather transparent."
He lowered to his knees, planted his hands on her waist, and eyed her black skinny jeans.
"And these appear to be plastered to your skin."
"They're called jeans, and now they're wet. They'll be hard to get off."
"Where do I start?"
"With the domes at the front. You release each one." She pushed her fingers deep into his thick auburn hair and held on to him. "Every night for the past 4 days I've dreamed of you."
"I could no have lived through 4 days without you. 4 hours was a lifetime. My woman, I will always love you."
Aye, now he'd claimed his woman and his future, she would forever be his. Chapter 9. Standing high on the grassy hills surrounding Dunscaith Castle a month later, Ariana rested back against her warrior champion, his arms wrapped tight around her waist, and his fingers threaded through hers over the slight bump of her belly, a child she'd yet to tell him about. James had brought her to his home, and as promised, he'd wed her within the week, surrounded by his clansmen and her family. She'd never been so happy or so excited, as her parents too had spoken their vows the following day.
"Look."
James pointed toward the training yard near the shore, where a good amount of flat land sat on the edge of the loch. A cloud of dust rose from the warriors hard at sword practice.
"Your father battles my brother. Alex is struggling to gain an upper hand."
Dad always competed in the local games. He didn't just forge weapons of old, but trained with them as well. Xenia stood watching him from the edge of the training yard with a wide smile, her basket of herbs looped over her arm and her red gold curls glimmering in the late afternoon sunshine. Her parents had found a plot of land close by, and after the winter would begin building a new home. James's mother, Mary, strolled toward Xenia, her own basket overflowing with wildflowers. She stopped, and the two spoke. Mary had accepted and welcomed them all to Dunscaith, and she couldn't have asked for a more wonderful and loving new clan. Beyond the training yard, the waters of Loch Aishut shimmered blue-green from this vantage point, and children played near the stables, their giggles reaching her on the brisk sea breeze. Overhead, the sun shone, and wispy clouds dotted the horizon, floating toward the Coolin Mountains. Beyond the hilly range sat Dunagan, her uncle only a mere day or two's sail away. They would visit with him again soon. She smiled at the thought. This was her true place in time, and she was finally home.
"I think 'tis time."
James rubbed his chin over the top of her head, his warmth fully surrounding her. "Time for what?"
"For my next surprise."
"I love your surprises." She turned in his arms and faced him. Every day he'd shown her another place that intrigued her, from hidden caves to gloriously secluded lochs, where they'd swum, then relaxed on the mossy bank as the sun had warmed their bare bodies.
"This place is very special. It's on my land and close to where we'll build our own home when the time comes."
Holding her hand, his fingers tangled with hers, he guided her over the rise and along the grassy track scattered with rocks. They walked through a field of heather, then down toward the ocean. Waves rushed into shore and foamed over the pebbly beach. They continued on, around the loch's tip, until they stopped before a massive rock wall with trailing ivy. James brushed aside a clump of the thick foliage and edged through a thin gap. "Where are we going?" She followed in his tracks and scampered along a wet tunnel carved of stone. "What is this place?"
"We're almost there. Look."
He emerged into a beam of sunshine. "Oh my! This is beautiful." She pressed her hand to her chest. A secluded cove with the thin strip of golden sand sat before her, and on either side of the beach the cliffs rose high. "This reminds me of Lover's Leap. It's so private."
"Very private, and all ours."
He unbelted his plaid, flapped it out, and laid it on the sand. A gentle breeze whispered around them, lifted his shirt hem, and gave a glimpse of his golden skin. His tan leather pants hung low on his hips and clung to his powerful thighs. He removed his sword and weapons, lifted his white tunic over his head, and tossed it onto his tartan, then prowled toward her.
"Do you wish to swim?"
"A swim sounds wonderful."
"You have the most gorgeous hair, Ariana. It glimmers like gold in the sunlight."
He played his fingers through her blonde tresses, then scooped her into his arms and walked into the water. In he strode until he reached his waist, his hungry gaze making her catch her breath. "You say the most wonderful things." She caught his face in her hands and brought his mouth to hers. She kissed him, and he kissed her back with such heated passion. Every inch of her throbbed and burned for more. "I have a surprise for you too, one I intend to share before you make me forget."
"And what would that be?"
"You're going to be a daddy."
"What?"
"We're going to have a baby, all of our own." He whooped and twirled her around, then gently set her down on her feet and caressed her belly, holding her and their child close.
"I promise you my unending devotion. There is none I love and desire more than you."
"And I promise you forever." She reached up onto her toes and whispered against his lips, "I wish to soar to the stars." Their love had bloomed and taken hold from the very beginning. He was the man she'd travelled through time to, and the man who would forever be hers. To fairy magic and wishes made from the soul, may they always come true. Author's note. This story is set in the year 1590, at a time when the blood feuds ran rampant between the Highlander clans of the Western Isles of Scotland. During this period, the king had imprisoned the three chiefs, Lachlan MacLean of Duart, Donald MacDonald of Slate, and Angus MacDonald of Dunagan. He intended to bring a halt to the feud and for them to atone for their actions. And so, as each chief arrived in Edinburgh at the king's request, they were apprehended and imprisoned. In the first 5 standalone books in this Highlander Heat series, you can catch the individual stories of the clans and discover how the feud began and the ramifications of it as it raged. Donald Gorm More MacDonald of Slate was the chief of Clan MacDonald, and with his successor being his nephew Donald MacDonald, a minor at the time, I chose James and his brother to lead the clan. James MacDonald and Ariana MacLeod Cunningham are fictional characters. Sir Roderick Rory More MacLeod, the 15th chief of Clan MacLeod, was known as Rory, and Margaret was his younger sister. The fairy flag belonging to Clan MacLeod does hang within a frame in the Great Hall of Dunagan Castle, although it's now merely a thin piece of fabric. The 7th Earl of Glencairn's eldest son was named William, a young man who would have in fact been 15 at the time this story was set. The Earl of Glencairn's sister, as stated in this story, was married to the Chief of Maclean, which pitted the Cunningham clan against the MacDonalds of Skye in the war that raged at that time. This story is woven with as much accuracy to the period and locations as possible, but any mistakes made are mine alone. This book forms part of my Highlander Heat series, and each within it are standalone. Please feel free to search for any of my other works. I simply adore strong heroines and have a ton of fun matching them with their honourable alpha heroes. The End. This has been Highlander's Champion by Joanne Wadsworth. Narrated by Catherine Bilson. Copyright 2015. Audiobook production copyright 2020. You can find more information about all Joanne's books by visiting her website at joannewadsworth.com.